Well, I didn't want to interrupt with my
Why
proclamation
not capture us in media res, Manica? Come
All
in
on.
the
this
middle of it.
incredible banter.
I don't know. I like to start the stream with consent.
Well, yeah, you already had the consent for
No,
both of
that's true.
us.
So,
I was gonna say you didn't say anything. You just said you would start it. So
well, yeah, I suppose that
like
is
you
true.
didn't ask us.
Well,
So
like an
it's more like
invitation to
an
object.
announcement.
It's
An
like,
announcement.
if thee do not want this stream to begin, speak
Oh,
now or rest.
oh. Also, if we don't say no, that's us consenting. I see how it is.
Wow,
Well, they do
given
say that
given
no
the
communication
context
is
that I
communication too. So.
feel like I've dug myself into this hole, so let's just move on. Acknowledge defeat on
This
this
is
one.
your brother,
I'm
Eric.
not gonna keep fighting this one. Some battles you're not gonna win.
It's like whenever people go far too far out, I just like to be like, "What is existence really?"
No.
It's like,
Once people left this game, philosophy went with them. We're not doing this shit again.
yeah. It's always it's just I don't know. Yeah, it's a good ending of like, oh yeah, all right, we're never gonna.
All right. Let's see if I should probably announcement.
Yeah, I'm loading. There's a lot.
Yeah, speaking of a lot, this fucking recap you're about to lay down on people.
Oh my god. Look, it has taken me almost an hour to re-listen to most of the session. Trying to get a recap. I thought that I could get in a few more workshops of names, and no, it's not.
Your commitment to doing the recap, to the extent that you re-listen to the last week's session, so that you can describe it in intricate detail, is impressive.
Yeah, I don't know.
And all should strive to your level of dedication.
See, I'm spoiled in our home game because our other brother always takes the recap. I just listen to his notes and I'm like, yeah, this is cool. I don't have to do shit.
He does write it as like a.
It's a personal like diary. Like that's really cool. It would not work for this kind of game because we're not together.
I mean, if you wanted me to, if you desired it, I could handle all recap responsibilities. But my recaps are more. You have a session you can listen to.
So last time, if you cared, you could have.
Yeah. As evidence in the last session.
Yeah, originally began with the recaps during Age of Darkness way back when. That was to also help the players remember what was going on.
Oh, definitely.
Because I didn't necessarily trust that everyone would.
Well, see, their recaps were also useful because our sessions would go 6-7 hours, at times, and so it's nice to cover the full breadth.
I also feel like, at least for me, like just making this recap, because it's always the latest thing or like the bigger things, and then you're like, oh shit, this also happened. Oh yeah, I didn't. It's not that I wasn't there. I just other things were more important to me. So like, oh yeah.
Broadly, I don't object to recaps, and there are times I do provide like lengthy detail about them. I just find it cute that that all of your recaps, Ari, are and then just like you wrote like a short story.
Thing of not knowing which information is the most important, so I just take most of it.
You decide what's important instead of me.
That's right. I don't make any choices. I write a novel.
Yeah. Whereas my recap was like, this is what I think is worth knowing. Otherwise, go watch the fucking session, you dumb bastard.
Yeah, those words were in there. I mean, it's.
If I didn't say it, I felt it.
Yeah, thank you for watching.
Okay.
Subscribe. Okay, I'm sorry. We're ruining the stream already.
This is people. You know what? We're this is like what session is this even like? 40, 140, something like that.
And I'm
What
pretty
was it?
sure this is
If they
session
were gonna
140.
leave,
I
they
don't
would
have
have
my.
I think it's
Yeah, this is session
140.
140.
Wow.
So, if we take and say that each session is about 4 hours, if those viewers that are still here, I think they can tolerate a little bit of us chit chatting about the game.
No, this is the last.
Actually, on chit chatting about the game, I have workshopped a new version of your ritual connection
Oh,
that I want to run by you. See if it's more useful.
okay. Yes.
Because of course the last one, you want something that is a boon, but still is in the actual theme of running on your. So this one, instead of costing hit points, it costs healing surges, which I also know is a trouble. But
It's better.
it's less immediate, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly.
And has a
It's a
lot
problem
more
for future Vestigatories.
benefit to it. So this one would be you can spend a minor action to spend 1 to 3 healing surges and gain the following effects once per healing surge spent. They stack, basically. Per healing surge, you regain the use of an expended encounter power.
Ooh.
You gain an aura 1. The aura does not increase in size per healing surge spent, but the damage of it does. It damages 5, 10, or 15 points of damage to enemies within the aura when they start their turn there. And then when you hit with an attack, you can choose to end the effect of this power, otherwise it lasts until the end of the encounter, to deal a number of d12s of damage to the enemy you hit, target, I suppose, while dealing 1d6 to yourself. That, of course, is also upped by 1, 2, or 3 healing surges for, 3d12 and 3d6.
Yeah, I like that.
No ongoing negative effects beyond, the initial cost of healing surges. Basically, I looked at what damage the other one might do, and I said, all right, well, if we go by the damage of the aura here, how much damage is it liable to do, and how is that equivalent in healing surges? So it deals about the same amount of damage, you just don't have to actively heal it.
Yeah, exactly, because that's...
Those create more interesting choices for you, because then it's like, if I use this boon, I may just resolve this combat so quick that it's a net profit for me.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it gives the option of trying to calculate, right? All right, this is something you use when you I would try and use. I mean, obviously, as I imagine when I've used it once, I'm like, oh, this is really good, like cocaine or whatever, like drugs. I'm like, oh, hey, this is really good. I gotta do more.
It does let you burn
my health for power. Yeah,
you can.
I mean,
in one combat,
don't do drugs.
if you burn every single one of your healing surges, you can regain a lot of encounter power.
Just every turn.
Well, you'd have to basically spend the surges as a minor action, regain the encounter power, then hit someone and expend the power basically to blow it up on them and take a little bit of damage yourself. Then next turn do it again, right? So you can sort of cycle through it.
Yeah, what I need is to stand next to Emissary where I do my power trip.
Yeah.
And she activates regen. Then I'll be incredibly...
Well, I mean, you just run out of healing surges.
Yes, I love how so many things rely upon me. Yes, tell me more about how important I am.
Yes, the green dragon, is my best friend.
We'll be working on making that into a fight.
Cool. Yes, that sounds great.
Right now, it's just a bunch of text with a bunch of considerations.
Time to get defeat toughness and get some more surges, sort of.
Yeah, you can just retrain into that at level 29.
Yeah.
Grown some tough skin now.
Finally, there's just a couple more scales.
Yeah.
That ruby thing, where I slept and I had a ruby, I'll cover it up now. All right. That sounds great.
Are we ready for a recap then?
Yeah, I mean, as ready as we will be.
All right, go for it.
All right. Deep breath. Last time, on the Dritz of the Dragon Coast. Vesicatrix is busy doing war. Emmy goes to talk with the future Queen of Cormyr to discuss the place of nature in the future Cormyr. Ultimately, she gives Rhaegar 3 options, and a day to make up her mind about which she should choose. The Queen ends up making a counter-proposal to one of the 3, a match to prove the worth of the royal family of Cormyr. She suggests that, while she is not ready to duel Emmy, the future leaders of Cormyr shall be tested against the Green Dragon to see if they are worthy to rule, as well as making a strong alliance with the Emerald Enclave against their common foes. This is agreed upon. The Enclave then uses its influence to go northward, pressing the Neferil Empire back. The fighting is still raging, as well as as all of the warriors of the land, chosen Druids, Cormyrians, troops, even the Lord's Alliance, try to stop the Chosen of Shar from forming the Shadow Weave and becoming the god of magic. After much and narrow fighting, the good guys narrowly manage to defend and expend the powers of Neferil so that this does not happen. A big victory achieved. Meanwhile, Novacree is in the Feywild, hating on all the Fey and figuring out who he's going to fuck over. He ends up settling for throwing the death destruction poison on the leprechauns in the Feywild. So they're gonna have a really terrible time, and they shouldn't have tripped him. Suddenly, Emissary gets a distinct feeling. One of the dragons of the ritual is gone. Meanwhile, exactly then, Vesicatrix is transported to another plane, which turns out to be Mechanus. A lot of waiting ensues. She can't really do much in there. She's told not to move, and then she is told to answer a lot of seemingly random questions about herself while one of the beings of this place notes it down. Finally, she ends up in a sort of barrier next to the heir of Yaffle, as they both claim the domain of murder. She gets a time limit of 30 years, and this contested claim has to be resolved, or both claims to the domain will be nullified. Emmy waits, and after a long wait, still cannot contact or feel Vesicatrix through the rings, and she ends up going through the portal in Westgate to the ritual site and tries to destroy a tablet. She instead takes damage. Then she goes, gets Novacree, and make him try, and, he can't either. Then she assembles a squad, calls in her allies. It's about to go down. And then she gets a visit from an imp. It has a message from her dear dad. The rulers of Hell are also busy in Mechanus, and thus no one can punish him for acting outside of his, contract. So he wants a meeting with his dearest daughter. And I'm sure that'll go great. That's it. That's what I wrote.
Right, yeah.
Alright, that worked. Yeah, it was accurate enough.
Our
Thank you.
current goals are motivate Cormyr to go against the Death King and claim the Pirate Isles. Now, last time, Grinth, you said we're sort of done with goals, and if that still stands, then we will simply...
No. I didn't have any new goal to describe, because the pursuit of immortality is not something I need to tell you. It's this is a goal that my dragon has, and I need you to give me experience points after the fact.
It seems
Where
more
the-
like a life goal for most.
That's
Yeah,
it. It's like an end state.
That's
I
where
will
the
not
campaign
die.
is going.
When do I know when?
victory condition.
However, there is one goal I will put into the slot, so that it is clearly defined what I'm going to be aiming to do to move forward. Now, destroying the ritual is one declaration, and I thought about that over like the past week, and that's not really what I'm looking to do. One, that sounds like a lot of fucking effort, and my character just isn't into that. And two, it doesn't have the appropriate like sense of like mischief that I'm looking to employ.
All right.
Disrupt isn't the correct word, because that almost gives the sense that it's like planned in some way, that some sort of like intelligence is going to be behind the process. No, what I
That's the
think
word that was secretly used.
right. So as I'm trying to fill my goal slot here, Harry, the correct word that I want to use to describe what I'm looking to do with this goal is called derail. My goal is to derail the ritual. This thing is on the precipice of on a downward spiral in which it will fall apart on its own, and all it needs is a push, particularly while Yaffel's away, or even if Yaffel comes back to this plane. Just the strain of everything that is undertaken since the spell plague and all that. So I think if I just nudge the ritual just a little bit, then it will unravel slowly on its own with horrible and terrible consequences for everyone involved. Or maybe it'll be great. I don't know. That's not the point of a plan. This isn't a plan. I think spiking this ritual is great. I want to derail the ritual.
All right.
I'll know when it happens if I suddenly collapse over dead, or feel better than I ever have.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to want a little clarification here. So, derail.
Yeah, I'm not looking to destroy the ritual today. I'm looking to start it on the path that, if it's not like checked or resolved by someone else, this thing will unravel or spontaneously combust.
You want to add like a virus to it? A computer term.
That's a very intelligent way of how I'm going to try and derail this thing. That is very like. Again, that sounds like thoughtful, like careful, arcane planning, and you have the wrong dragon for that.
All right, so you just want to do something that's gonna have an effect, like mess it up in some way.
Yes.
All right.
Magic sabotage has happened plenty enough over the course of my character's lifetime, and there's evidence from in recent times before that happened. Currently, there's no god of magic, and so who knows what could happen to magic?
All right.
This is magic.
Okay. What you want to accomplish, have things begin to
unravel,
break down in various ways.
Like this ritual just like start to like dissolve. Yeah. Like
that
again, like it could happen in years, or it could be stopped by someone. But the stability of this ritual, I no longer wish for it to exist.
All right. I'm trying to, in my mind, I understand this. I'm trying to, in my mind, to imagine how this could be done. And I'm sure, there are ways to accomplish them. And as I'm not sure that like anyone's currently trying to stop you. There are people who are interested in this not happening, but they're not really aware of what you're doing. So they're not actively opposing you. You gotta put it as a medium goal. Not easy.
Gotcha.
Because they're, it's not an easy thing to accomplish.
And this is a very potent, like, reinforced ritual designed to weather, like, not just the ravages of time, but
yeah, I mean,
kerfluffles.
Most artifact level things in D&D are just sort of impervious to damage, right? Unless you have some sort of sprinkle grave dust on them or some shit.
Yeah, I've played D&D before. I get you.
So
an orb of dragonkind is built within the ritual.
Let's put it at medium, right? In that I do think there's probably ways it could be done. Since also you're not trying to like explode it. Just do enough that I roll a die.
It will create a crisis situation that, someday in the near future, the Death King might swivel his head and go, "Wait, what's happening over there? Oh God, what the fuck?"
I mean, with the understanding, of course, that, as you say, this is going to have potentially bad complications.
Yeah,
everyone
or
involved.
potentially great complications.
Oh, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
what? My initial thought here is I would just randomly switch some sigils around, and then interpret what that would mean.
I mean,
That's a start, and then
you handle the process of magic however you got to handle it.
Yeah,
I am not the god of magic, and no one is.
Yeah. All right. I'll put that down as a goal.
All right. The other goal slot, empty, because that's the primary pursuit I have, other than becoming immortal, which I don't need to label as a goal.
We're trying not to label things between you and Sylvanas, just, you know.
It's casual.
Immortality
it's
on the
complicated.
way, but he's not around right now. So.
That's right. Like, there's, significant opposition. It's never easy to become immortal. Okay, chat room. Okay, viewers.
That basically is like saying, are there people who want you dead? Because that's the opposite.
As it turns out,
I was gonna say there's a long list, probably.
Are they currently trying to
it's
make it
been
happen?
longer.
Not really. It's more like a passive desire at the moment. But it's not convenient for them. I mean, you could put yourself in a situation where they definitely would go for it. But
So there is my goal edition. Derail the ritual.
all right, Are you good with yours, or do you want to get rid of one of them? Are you still trying to claim the Pirate Isles and motivate Cormac to go against the Death King?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean,
so it's hard for you right now, given that you're
right.
locked
Yeah,
in
I was gonna say,
interplanetary
like Grimace, I'm not gonna
bureaucracy.
put become a god on.
Oh yeah. Currently trapped in divine bureaucracy right now.
Yeah.
This shit is your fault. If Yaffle didn't have this spark in her, this would not be a problem.
Well, okay, but I was told that I would gain much power over the conflict with Yaffle if I got this, so that's really what matters,
Yeah. Power at any cost, even empowering your nemesis.
Well, I mean, as long as I get more, that's okay. Yeah, and I think much like me, the Cicatrix, I suppose, will spend all this time contemplating, what the name of her new nation should be.
I guess you really do have all that time where you can't go anywhere. So
you have like a year before you're let out.
And Manikai noted that you weren't, he noted, when you were standing before the judge in judgment, that Cicatrix couldn't just, reach out with, shit, so it's not like you can call home and say, "Ah!"
No, I can't.
As
Come pick
a
me up.
potential divine creature, you're completely locked out.
It's like, please send books. No, all right, please. More money. No. Okay, well. Yeah, I guess she's in her mind palace for a bit.
The word Cicatrix mind, that sounds horrifying.
Jesus, death metal.
Not great.
Hate! Blood! Growling. Yeah. It's a calm place, Yeah, so have fun, Groove.
If we're picking up right where we left off, then I can pick up right where we left off.
Yeah.
I can. That's what we're doing, Manikai. I can tell a story.
I think we are. You've
All
been
right.
told by the imp.
Yeah. Great. So, formed by the imp, as Aerie joked, assembling the team of super friends is on the Green Dragon's mind. She'll lurk around, sort of where I have her on the map, not heading for the temple, because it's not like she really stays there anymore. She'll arrange for a far sending for our dear Veros Fire Shield, Gildan Fire. He offered his favor in support in a coming trial for the Green Dragon's freedom, and now is that time. And if Gildan Fire could, not worded that way, more succinct, meet me, in this sort of region,
By the old
you'll find
bridge.
each other.
Oh,
Yeah,
monument.
the old bridge.
There, it used to be a big stone bridge, but
yeah. As for Martane, she figures that her just voicing her words out to like the wilderness and the land will eventually make him show up if it's nothing more than like, when Gildenfire is here, be here as well. I have need of you. And she figures that'll be enough to initially get him interested, and she'll explain the full story there too. As for Novacree, well, she'll probably end up talking to him some more. The first day after she gets back from Westgate, she actually begins to calm down, as has been defined over the past 140 sessions. This green dragon is relaxed and easygoing and thoughtful and impatient. After all, she spent 10 days in Nathlek City waiting to hear back from someone, anyone, for circumstances to change before she finally like rose up to take action. And when she took action, she learned a whole bunch. She has not been abandoned. Valignith has been separated from his god, so he's still here on the plane. Vercingetorix is not dead, and will probably return at some point. But she's in god jail right now. And the reason the Green Dragon feels so bad is because Yaffle, because of Vercingetorix, is also in god jail. And so, when god jail is released, and everyone gets to come back, then the feelings will subside. And it's that helps to calm the Green Dragon down from the cold fury she was feeling in her desperation to just end this. And when she calms down, and it takes the entire day, she starts to think to herself, okay, let's analyze what I saw there in my time at the site. Let us consider it how Veristrix would consider it. He understood arcane rituals. Let's puzzle it out. And so she makes her will into reality. She begins to piece out what she saw and what Novacree told her about the flow of magic from bottom to the top, and the various tablets and elements, and their different ages and additions. She considers who would have added such things to it, and what power they could represent based on her personal experience with feeling the ritual. And she knows Yaffle would have been a component, and she thinks to herself that Yaffle's helpers would have also been components and could have contributed things, as they have done rituals of their own, to imprison the Black Dragon. And she starts to consider who else could possibly add something that would sabotage one of the dragons from destroying the ritual. And when she finally lands on the idea of it being Gregarin, the undead stone giant, the Death King, all of that calmness that she had in her that she'd built up over the day just immediately flies right back out of her. And her face twitches, and instead of roaring or clawing into the ground, she seethes. She was the dragon who least cared about the stone giant, who best understood the passion of freedom, and was the most willing to let the stone giant have that influence and power over the ritual, because, well, she may very well do the same. Much as the Green Dragon does not resent Yaffle for having brought Emissary Legethir to life, or hell for trying to squeeze whatever value out of this they could. But the restriction of freedom, the fact the Green Dragon cannot end this because of the Stone Giant, is what infuriates the Green Dragon. And at that moment, she decides that the Green Dragon has had no greater adversary or nemesis than her. To that effect, as she is spending time waiting for Gildenfire to arrive, she is going to impress the druids of the Emerald Enclave into service. There is to be a gathering and a reckoning against ancient magic, against horrible rituals that bind the land, and against an undead menace that the Emerald Enclave fought some decades back in the Giants Run Mountains. And furthermore, word is to be spread across the land for all the disenfranchised and disillusioned adventurers who may be out of a job now, and for perhaps those chosen who are looking to pursue a fight against the undead. There is one that will be coming, one that the Green Dragon will lead personally. The crux of the undead stone giant's plans, the seat of his malice and menace, is a ritual helping him manage and control his undead armies in the northeastern portion of the Giants Run Mountains, in a valley known as the Serpent Valley. And to the organization or party of adventurers or individuals who finds that site and breaks it, they will receive 900,000 gold pieces and an assortment of items from the Green Dragon's personal hoard, mementos and collections she's had over her entire life, stories she could share about those, treasures from all around, including the hold of Evander Highcastle's vessel, and receive a boon personally from the Green Dragon. This word is to be spread across the subcontinent. For so long have the dragons kept the location of the ritual a secret. And now that freedom has been denied to the Green Dragon, now that there is no other dragon to stop Ymizrael Yggdrasil here, now that she is committed, now that no effort will be wasted. It won't just be her, though. She will make it so that everyone else comes to try and bring an end to this.
A long time ago now, the Death King made a ritual whose purpose was to draw people's attention to these mountains. And Ymizrael wants to do a similar thing.
Yes.
All right. Okay. 90,000 gold. And
900,000 gold pieces.
That's a difference. That is suddenly a whole different tier of different. All right. And assorted items, you say. Good.
Assorted items from her, like, what she carries, like, with her, what remains of her hoard. Like, you know, like, she has, like, old things, like the Dragon Tooth Blade. She has things like the restorative gauntlets the fairies gave her, the pouch of frozen passage that she bought to use against the Aboleth underwater. Like, whereas, say, where Cicatrix has liquidated just about every magic item that she's gotten, like, I haven't. They all tell stories. And they range from adventurer tier into epic tier.
All right. And the goal here is to stop the ritual, yeah?
Yes. Like, there's a ritual in this site, end it.
Okay. And the target would be the stone giant undead.
The Serpent Valley ritual.
But with the stated sort of enemy of...
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one labeled. That like, the ritual is what is buoying, like, his undead and bolstering his forces.
All right. I mean, that's true. That's that. Okay. Yeah. You can spread that information. And, you know, I haven't done it in a while here, but given this year, it's special. There's no gods to give any of their chosen any commandments. So they're all sort of, I mean, Netherild's defeated. They're helping in various ways. I'm going to roll 3 adventurer dice. 5, 1, and 10. So I guess that's some epic, you know, adventurer and Paragon tier people. There's lots of adventurers this year. And certainly available. Turns out, you know, helping save the world doesn't actually pay that much. You know, having a world is its own reward.
Yes. Now, obviously, the Green Dragon doesn't expect these individuals to materialize or even Like she isn't going to try to like wield them like an army because she is not Tilraxos. How her strength moves the world is in different ways. You know, they have the agency to pursue this, and the organization or like a assortment of individuals who do this, who succeed, will get all of those fabulous prizes, astral diamonds and bolts of silk and gorgeous tapestries and rich veins of gold and platinum and magic items.
And as with most people who hire adventurers like this as an open contract, you know, what she gets is also all the people who fail, but who try, you know.
Yes.
And who don't have to get paid because they just, you know, it's like glitter. They just show up everywhere. You can't ever get rid of all of them. All right, yeah, good. That's a proclamation. Yeah.
And she will also ensure that word is like, you know, given to the relief effort she's deposited near Athkatla to have them teleport back home. There are going to be other concerns in coming years.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they did good. Someone is, you know, positive towards them. They're slowly recovering. Turns out that once the gods and their influence disappeared, like the plague got a bit better. So
funny that, yeah.
Most places are worse. I mean, the problem is now they don't have any clerics that can do anything. No divine casters really can do. So,
yeah. No Wagner Grimbeards running around offering free healing services to people.
But you know, maybe in the future.
So, recalling the psionic operatives in Athkatla. And from there, the word is prodded to. I think she will then wait for Gildenfire to arrive, which will then, she hopes, bring Martaine and then Nova Cree as well.
I mean, Nova Cree can show up whenever.
Absolutely.
You would step out of the Fae with a yawn. Like, ah. Well, no, not the Fae, not anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not anymore. Mm-hmm. All right.
New avenue.
Yeah. Well, you know, Gildenfire is he's been away. He's been in Netheril doing things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a little bit before he shows up.
Right. Yeah, I need that time anyway to like spread the word and ensure that the proclamations are sent all the same.
Mm-hmm. The druids, probably some of them also like trickling.
Yeah. Because there is to be a gathering of sorts, forces of nature and anti-undead and anti-horrible magic rituals.
Conclave. Which is, you know, it's proclaimed and then it's like expected to happen like a month later, which is crazy by Sylvanas' normal standards. In which case, you know, you'd go with like 3 calendar years or something. But you know, it turns out most of them live in the Gulfmere, so probably don't expect the people from the High Forest to show up sort of immediately, but you know, they're sort of managing their own things up there.
This also will not be a swift thing, but an ongoing thing.
Yeah.
The problem will not be resolved tomorrow.
Well, the Death King is powerful, and he's only had time to build up over the decades. All right. Well, as called. Also, you're right by the Centaur camp too.
Yeah.
Reminded me. Yeah, you know, they live there. Not a guy you remember anymore.
Yeah. Well, Dayan is gone now. It's been so long, and I don't think Green Dragon would think much of these other centaurs. They have no association for her.
They have aligned themselves. There's like a couple druids in there who would know of the dragon, right? But it's not like they know you, but you don't know them.
Yeah.
Because they're just not that powerful. It's like level 8. Which is, I mean, good, but not like. Yeah, a Gildenfire flying across the skies. You know, the clear skies, the sun shining down entirely naturally. No massive shadow clouds on the horizon anywhere. Anyone, you know. Source, he, you know, it's been a rough decade for him. But I think winning here, stopping the Netherrealm, has, I mean, that is a massive weight off his shoulders, right? And also the whole the reckoning happened. He doesn't have to like uphold Sylvanas' or Mydiki's strength against the. That's done. Someone kills Matane, now nobody cares. Like,
right,
the gods
like
won't even
huge
notice.
like reliefs now
So-
for him. Like,
So he has taken a bit of time to rest around on some peaks in the Netherreal Desert, getting rid of some terrible demons and whatnot when they show up. But yeah, he's clearly
Convalescing.
recuperated. Yeah, he's a bit shiny again. He lost most of his like glister. Last time you saw him, he didn't look good, but he's had a little time in recuperate. As he will land. Probably just if you're waiting on one side, he'll land on like the other side and go and just like dive into the water. He's been in the desert, taking all that sand away,
sure.
flushing around a bit before moving over. It's a big dragon. People haven't seen that usually, but
Well, the green dragon is not in her playful, like coy mood. She is still like, there's no need for a rush. It will get done at its own time.
I mean, she also most recently fought on a flying citadel against shadow people and like all sorts of horrible dark monsters too. Like we rolled it as a faction thing, but she was very much personally there and personally
She
involved.
was.
And that's a pond where she got to feel a little bit like a small fish again, because it was forces from all over the continent involved.
Yeah.
And we haven't actually discussed that, right? I'll just say
We haven't.
it's worth considering how your characters felt given that storm of, I mean, the world breaking apart, right? Probably like a big rift in the sky where the world is tearing itself to bits from just the amount of power going on. And then going back home to the mundane. Of course, Besegatrix didn't go home to the mundane. They were sent to an even weirder
I
place.
was gonna say she's a bit distracted.
Yeah. But I mean, sure. I mean, this doesn't happen, and it's not supposed to. And now all the gods have been banished for what they did.
Yeah, which also hasn't happened.
Yeah, it's strange times to live in.
Yeah, because there are no rules for it. We don't know when the gods will be returning. So,
but apparently something they did, something happened. That
yes,
it's a bright time for warlocks right now. In a world with no gods, I mean, demons are
and
still
also
here.
agents of the far realm.
Yeah, it is indeed. Well,
Poor
Pilgrimfat
Neverwinter.
here. Yeah, he's bathing, and after that he'll at that point, from the like forest edge, Attain will appear as he does. He doesn't. He can fly, he can hover, he can teleport. He's not in a hurry. He's been spending time here in the Goldmere, trying to calm down from all this. He has felt a little bit. He probably is a little bit stuck on the thought that at one point he thought it would be a great idea to charge up into the flying fortress and challenge the guy to like a chosen battle. And in retrospect, wouldn't probably have been a great idea.
Yeah, the Green Dragon told him, no, it's not a good idea.
And so he's, gotten a little bit back to his roots not his roots, certainly, but the roots, right?
I hate you.
Yeah. Spent a bit of time with Zelznar and the people of Cedar Spoke and sort of, been venerated there as a children of Sylvanas should be. And for the first time in a long time, as a chosen, there's no divine commandment, no connection at all. He just has divine power and no one to tell him what to do with it. No oversight. he will come walk over. You can sort of have the everyone's gathered probably by the like ruins of the old stone bridge. Again, it's very old at this point, so it's like overgrown. Mostly just like you can see like the bits of the pillars, there. It's enough that you can meet by it, but certainly wouldn't even help rebuild it because it's like more than 100 years old by this time. From the loss of Starmantle maintaining it.
The Green Dragon will start lighthearted, with a faux accusatory glance at Gildenfire, as if she were almost jealous. Maybe she is. You say, Archdruid of my Leaky, I have not seen you look so hale and hearty for many decades now.
Sort of scoff a little bit. And probably it's remarkable that he hasn't shifted into his like human shape. That's how he used to hang out with people. Didn't really used to use much time in the dragon form. Just roll his shoulders and say, "It has been a long time since I've had a real rest. But I saw the sun return to a land that hadn't seen it for a long time. There are worse ways to spend my life."
That it is good that you finally found some joy for yourself in this world.
Gildenfire glances to Martaine silently. He's still, it still weighs on him what happened with Cindermoon. Apparently, the tree that she's in has begun sort of growing and sprouting more. There's like sort of dark leaves and such. Seems like she might just be a tree now, which Gildenfire doesn't. At one point he had appreciated trees and stuff, but he liked his friend more.
Sure.
But he looks at Mishori. So Mishori's not. How is she feeling? Like he knows her, right? He spent a lot of time with her, and he's a gold dragon. He's pretty good at these things.
The Green Dragon is putting on a facade of like a playfulness, like as if to like bask like in the glory of like recent victories and like relief and things, but she is like there is a cold rage beneath her, like, and it's like there's a thin veneer of like her politeness, and she does like both of them for different reasons to varying degrees, but just right beneath the surface of that, barely disguised, and she's not taking any great pains to hide it, is just like frustration, the weight that she feels of Yaffel's separation, because Yaffel was on some fucking god jail plane.
Oh yeah.
And like fear at the idea of being abandoned, the rage for certain, and the undead stone giant, and resolve to bring an end to the state.
Yeah, I mean, she could fool him, right? We know that if she really sort of tries. But given that she isn't, he'll notice that something's wrong. Says, I suspect with the. I didn't think you would call on me so soon to do this. I suppose you found a way to.
I also did not believe I would be calling upon you so soon. She glances up at the sky, doesn't actually look back down from the sky. Reckoning. Change things, the separation of divinity from this plane.
Martaine sort of, has changed a lot of things. I've seen it. A lot of people are afraid for good reasons. But a lot of things work differently than they used to. Without the direct intervention of gods and their interests. as he's joining the conversation.
The green dragon, doesn't look down, keeps looking at the sky. But addressed to Martain, did the Oak Father tell you of this coming? Was this something that you knew of? That he knew of? This isolation?
Martain, he doesn't take that normal moment to he has had the answer for it. I knew this would happen. Or rather, not that this would happen, but that something would happen. There was an understanding that what we had to do was important, and that it was gonna be soon. I don't know what happens now. I know Sylvanas did not think this would be the end of him, of everything. If he was gone, I would know. He is simply elsewhere, unable to reach us. I unable to reach him. And then he pauses, as if that's the end of what he's going to say. But there clearly is something more that concerns him, right? Something on his mind, but he discards it as probably unrelated or unimportant.
The green dragon finally looks down from the sky, looks at Martain, levels her gaze at him, says, "And we don't know for how long this separation will be, right? For the gods, however long it will take the gods to do whatever it is they're doing right now."
I suspect it will not be too long. What is happening is the realignment of the divine. The domains, the rankings, so to speak. Who commands who. It all has to be handled. A lot of that has already happened while it was happening, being taken account of. We defeated the Chosen of Umberley. That has already been taken into account. Now, it's mostly those sensitive cases, problems. I'm reaching the level of speculation. I'm not privy to.
Of course not. And so my problem has come into my focus. Green Dragon now just turns to look at the horizon that is the Sea of the Fallen Stars, following the river. Says, "I was not meant to exist. My egg was broken. And yet, through the pursuit of potent magic and the desire of a diviner to cheat death and reincarnate after the spell plague, I was recreated, reborn, along with 3 others, in pacts that she made with Asmodeus, and the assistance I am now certain she provided him in securing his rule. I am bound, enslaved, to a ritual, along with the 3 others I grew alongside, fueling her reincarnations, and her power, so that when she does finally regain her memories, when she reaches a ritual site, she will be reborn, not just as Yaffle, former Zolkir of divination of the Thayan Empire, not just as an entity who has drained the draconic essence of several potent dragons over the past century and a half or so, but now as one who holds the spark of Bane, Lord of Murder. Her absence is one I feel deeply and immediately, for she is on a separate plane, and I am tethered to her by the ritual, and so it wounds me more than I have been wounded before.
As you've been speaking, Matein's eyes are slowly, his elements of almond-shaped eyes are slowly opened, like a little wider. And maybe it gives her some bit of glee, because Matein is not really surprised. The world sort of tells him everything that goes on around here. But this is a lot. As he sort of opens his mouth, as if, to ask a question, and closes it as he's not sure what question to ask. Gildenfire listens. Gildenfire nods. Yeah, he's older than Martin. He has a lot more context for a lot of the, like, what's the Solkir, Well, how does all this work? As he looks troubled, glancing at him, Yusuri, because this means this is some high-level stuff. Helping out Asmodeus himself is not something that just anyone can do. I think Novakri just looks smug at the others, probably, because he feels like he figured it out.
Yeah. Of course he does.
Yeah.
The green dragon remains staring at the water. She says, the ritual's contents and its identity are mother, in a sense, is one. Myself and the hatchlings I grew up alongside fought desperately to keep a secret from the Lich Lord of Thay and from anyone else who could possibly discover it and share the knowledge. The compacts, the contracts Yaffle made with Asmodeus prevented Hell from directly revealing, directly taking action. My survival has been forged in the knowledge that I would go to Hell one day, and it is something I have fought against. There are others, however, who have discovered this ritual's existence and have modified it, this abominate thing which keeps me tethered to Yaffle. Gregarin, an ancient stone giant, was once imprisoned by a nation of giants, a hierarchy, beneath the Giants Run Mountains, where I was born. Not where the ritual site is located. And he has modified the ritual to suit his own purposes, the full extent of which I do not know, for I am not adept at Arcana. It has not been my passion or pursuit. But it is my understanding now, after what I have seen recently, and what I know from time past, that Yaffle's creation, that the essence of myself and the others who are tethered to Yaffle have been fueling him as well. Thus, my existence is not only abominable, but it is tied to this unnatural, unreasonably powerful magic ritual, which alters the world and threatens nature. Thus, to perhaps win myself my freedom, damn the consequences, and to stop this Gregarin from obtaining more power, while the others are isolated or occupied, and only I am available to take action. it is incumbent upon me to... Short circuit isn't a word that would be used here. To head to the ritual site directly and sabotage the magic of it.
Looks to Martain. Again, still, the world is telling him a lot of stuff as he requests, basically, to know a lot of things. He's sort of trying to catch up. This was not something he learned in his 100 years of elf art school before he was chosen. But he will sort of add as Gildenfire looks at him, wanting to say something. He's old, like guardian. If it was just a reincarnation, let's see that, but to reincarnate the same soul over and over again, take a terrible toll upon it. Especially if you were seeking to have the same person come out of it. The cycle of rebirth, you could bypass the stage of death and simply be born anew, but you would be a different person. To enforce your personality, your views and abilities upon your own soul once more, that is abominable. Wanting to let Martain have a word, and perhaps, Gildenfire has it gives him a little bit of guilty joy to see Martain for once not know something. Because Gildenfire, tired of Martain's crap for the last many years. And now Martain is not as important as most people can say this ritual should not be. As you say, it will of course help you strike it down. You believe that if it's destroyed, if it's undone, you would no longer be bound to hell.
I do not know. My research into the specifics of the contract were hindered by my inability to obtain the exact contract. However, I have information of infernal law, and specifically how it applied to my contract. My supposition is that destroying the ritual or causing it to diffuse and stop working would not bring an end to the contract. Yaffle is one signatory and Hell is the other, and nothing that was conveyed would. She pauses and says, well, the second contract had Hell facilitating the ongoing ritual. They protect its site. The Bone Devil that was my guardian for my first years of existence remains the guardian of that site, and was compelled to inform myself and the other wormlings of the rules.
It makes sense given the emissary would be brought up by a devil.
Our souls were brought to life by the power of Hell and transferred to Yaffle's holding as part of a contract. Our souls were then used as payment alongside hers in a separate contract. The first one has been resolved. The second one is what is ongoing. A business interaction where Hell has sought to gain an incredibly powerful Yaffle and incredibly powerful dragons, whereas Yaffle seeks to reclaim her memories and be reborn with all of the powers she has inherited. And the dragons, presumably, struggle to try and survive.
Gunfire will, he's troubled. He doesn't like hell. He is directly opposed to hell being chaotic good in every possible way. Emissary, I know, don't feel so strongly about it, of course, but Gildenfire, he does. He would go out of his way to stop something infernal, even though he didn't know the whole point of it. If hell's in on it, it's bad enough that it should. Yeah. Well, I will aid you in whatever capacity I can. And he sort of takes a moment and says, to the point where I would harm you more by doing. Martain sort of pauses for a moment. Doing a thing he instinctively does now, which is to listen for his god. Like what's and then he sort of shakes his head and say, "Oh, undeath is unnatural. Though the shadow druids might use them, I think we have. I think we've shown what we do to them. Now I suppose I don't have to be afraid of losing to someone anymore. Not that I think I will." And he sort of pauses again, that thought. He will then add, in a little bit of a sort of a almost mournful tone, say, "And I also, well, I might as well help you now. I cannot say what will happen to me till Sylvanus returns."
Green Dragon remains looking out at the water. Says, "Gildenfire, I'm sent for you because of your offer, because I knew this would fill your interests even without the offer, because of your wealth of expertise, particularly in the arcane, which I sorely lack, and because you may possess the resolve to pursue what the ritual may forbid me from doing. Because I am uncertain whether I can personally impact it through the machinations of the undead stone giant. Martain, you're here because you wanted to be, and because I wanted you to be. And that works for both of us. Novacree, you're here because you desire what it is I possess, and because your service, and what transpires soon, may compel me to give it to you.
Right, so I suppose he graciously bows, not trying to hide the greed that is always coiled around his heart,
Yeah. So yeah, you are my most capable servant, and the Green Dragon rotates to look at Novacree, to give him a look of, I know how many other of my servants you've killed or discredited over the years.
Yeah. Novacree, he could have an apprentice, but we just don't. I don't want to make that many tokens. He's well aware of the of his position and wants to ensure that there's not a second choice.
The Green Dragon says, "Tomorrow, I desire for us to travel to where I first emerged into Faerun, the Serpent Valley, the northeastern portion of the Giant's Run Mountains. It is there the site is located, and it is there I will meet with the Bone Devil, who protected me for my first years of existence, and provided me the information he was forced to. about my existence and how Hell could gain and how I may gain as well. From there, we will see this ritual site, and perhaps you may find what I cannot.
Glances in that direction. I imagine it's like, it took a day. It's been a nice sunny day, but eventually the shadows grow longer. But in the distance beyond the mountain, you can still see the, like, always reflected in the clouds these days, the orange glow of what used to be the land's mouth. Now a rocky plain of molten rock as slowly heat is dissipating from the collapse and explosions and magical disasters that was happening there.
And the ground is like knitting itself back together.
Oh, it is, yeah. It is a magma field of just a mess. Enough that it sort of has changed the local climate a little bit to a couple of degrees warmer. It's a continuous of ash.
I can only imagine the hell that is like for folks living on the west side of the Giant Threat Mountains.
Oh yeah, hobgoblins probably retreated to the other
or
side.
even like Priya Pearl.
Oh no, yeah,
like, oh.
Yeah. That's people have left. Also following the many earthquakes in the region. Again, Erebor itself had everything destroyed by an earthquake, and has yet to really start. Like they've begun rebuilding and repairing things, but it's a mess. Yeah. Yeah, I think Gildenfire would probably, in a way, both to get more information, but also to perhaps give Emissary something to, like, she's occupied, right, by the constant feeling, and he's trying to help, right? So he would ask, probably during the evening or so, like ask about the others. Because he hasn't really, like, he's met Vercingetorix, and he will assume that Vercingetorix is one of the dragons.
Yes.
Well, Vercingetorix is clearly somewhat older. He doesn't know how this worked, so that'll be an assumption from him. But he has not met the others, nor has he really heard about them.
Yes.
Velignith, probably?
Yeah. I grew up with 3 others, overseen by Basarek the Twisted Marrow, and his personal entourage of imps. Veristrix, a purple dragon, got separated from us many decades ago. Before we moved from the Serpent Valley, he took a spell scar upon himself in the hopes of utilizing its power to pursue a path out of Yathel's grasp. It caused a division between us, but one I have come to not resent him for, as I once did. I do not know what became of him. He fled deep into the Underdark during the time we were forced to convalesce, as Yathel reincarnated herself in another body. And based upon the weight I feel upon myself, I believe him dead. Another, Tilraxos, a proud blue dragon, much in the vein of Anglispark, the Dragon King of Termish. He fell under the baleful desire of the Queen of Air and Darkness, and he was taken from this plane to be an amusement, a bauble, in the court of the Winter Fae. For a time I was forced to resolve and fight Winter Fae coming into this region because of his association. Most recently, he was frozen into an ice statue to stand guard in the far north, so that Arl may turn her gaze upon him in a fleeting moment and see her wretched servant. The final of the four, Valignith, servant of Tiamat, who separated himself from this region and went to Chesenta to do war with the Dragonborn of Tymanther. He amusingly, given the designs of Tiamat, the strife she pursues, is the one who desires the profulgation and success of all dragons, but in a way which involves incredible destruction. Where Cicatrix was an unknown, is still an unknown. She was a flawed experiment, something Yaffle pursued before she came about myself and the three others. She is somehow tethered to this contract, to the ritual, despite her separation from it. It is something I do not fully understand, only I know that she is an indelible part of it. From the stones we have encountered that have contained messages left by Yaffle, attempting to communicate with us.
You know, he was hoping to hear about, like, you know, her family, but these are all pretty dark tales of people who didn't have a, you know, dark fates, as it were.
Yes.
And so he'll sit it on, just probably, and we don't have to go through all of it, of course, but probably like go into asking some more specifics, like, you know, like what were they like? How does Emisure, like, does she mind talking about this stuff?
No.
Right.
Like, Veristrix and I were both psionically gifted. His in a different way of demonstration. Physically weak, but forever curious. And given his nature, focusing on the Underdark. It was in his curiosity, and his pursuits for power in his own way, and his seeking through the psychic, that he took upon himself a Spellscar. It created a division between us, which did not result in our separation, but strained our relationship. Tilraxos was the one I liked the most. For him, strength was what mattered. If you had strength, you could change the world. He was the most reasonable, the one I could associate with the best. And his sudden removal from the Serpent Valley, being dragged into the service of the Winter Fae, frustrated me for my inability to rescue him. Valignith has been the most frustrating, for there is little reasoning with him. Despite his desire for dragons to work together, he serves Tiamat, goddess of strife. His logic is to the extent that he is whimsical in a way, and he is not lying to you because he has not made up his mind. And yet, when he was captured by the giants of the hierarchy, who sought to break us down over things we did not understand and they would never explain. When he was in prison and treated as a bauble for the Cloud Giants, I worked tirelessly to free him. I am glad he is free. But he and I could never relate. Only in our shared interests. Where Cicatrix is consumed by her passion, her need for vengeance to destroy Yaffle. For unlike myself and the three I grew up with, where Cicatrix was alive and free, and then Yaffle bound her and broke her. I cannot relate to the bloodthirst she has. I do not feel the same towards Yaffle as I know where Cicatrix does. But I am bound to her Cicatrix, as she is bound to me, because of the ritual and our struggle to survive. That she is gone too, leaving me isolated and alone to deal with the ritual, is something that troubles me. I was not supposed to be the alone party making these choices. It was meant to be someone else.
For a moment, Gildenfire thinks, he wants to tell me that he thinks that probably she's the one who should be making these decisions.
Right, because all these other dragons sound fucking terrible, right?
At least it hasn't worked out. Well, for Malignant it has, in a way. Also, he's not here. And in the end, I think he says simply instead, because that doesn't, he doesn't think that will bring the conversation in the direction he wants. But they'll say, well, you can at least rest and say that you're not alone. I may not bear this burden because I'm forced to. I will bear it with you because I choose to. As for the other side, Dark Fae, hellish contracts, the deep, dark depths of the world, and Mad Queen, all are troubling in their own way. But
to help me, Gildenfire, is to assist them.
nonsense.
Given I am bound, as they are, to Yaffle's ritual.
I believe that perhaps had you been given a nurturing and no leash, no hellish ritual, perhaps things might, between all of you, have turned out for the better. I cannot blame them for seeking to undo the bonds that bind them, just as I would not blame you. If I can help to undo them, nothing else I can tell myself that it will spare any other more horrid attempts doing so. And yeah, he's not talking about Cicatrix. Who's that? The bloody murder beast, and
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, if they have other upbringings, yeah.
She's gotta go down. Doesn't.
Come get it.
He looks for redeeming qualities, but you know, Vercingetorix.
Hard to find those in Vercingetorix.
It's like,
man.
her upbringing. I mean, probably the like swamp of Black Dragon is not very nurturing for good people.
No.
But then, that's a long time ago, really.
Constant infighting. Then she ran away to find a calm place and then extort
Which
some
would
people.
Arguably, probably have been better for the world than her becoming consumed by vengeance and now maybe becoming the god of murder. Like, at least
Probably.
then she just
Well, I mean,
demanded tithe, you know?
You know, if she
Like,
said
you cross my water, you give me shit.
classic Black Dragon stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the rest of the evening will probably go with more talk like that. I mean, Gildenfire is genuinely interested. Montaigne listens, and I think Nova Crease probably grows bored at some point.
Yeah.
Does something else, you know.
She doesn't expect him to really care either.
Opens the Book of Dragon.
I mean, he's probably cast his like Magic Mansion ritual, you know. His spending time in
Yes,
his
he has.
massage chair.
Yeah.
His camping is like bringing like a gourmet tent and like, you know, he doesn't do the outdoor living thing.
Yes, I personally spoke with Mordenkainen on Earth and learned of his magnificent mansion, to which I will now cast.
I will
He's
say
sitting
that
there drinking
apartment-
wine.
Given Gildenfire's inquiries, she'll make it clear that she does not have it within herself to resent Yaffle, for Yaffle gave her life. Nor does she like despise Hell, for they also assisted in granting her life. And although she is bound to a contract because of Hell, Hell's doing their thing of we're getting as much value out of this shit as we can, right? It makes sense to the Green Dragon. It's not like hatred or a desire for vengeance that's motivating her against Yaffle or Hell. It's a yearning need to be free, and to punish the interloping undead stone giant along the way.
Mm-hmm.
Decided to help prevent her from being free.
Yeah. He, you know, doesn't like Hell.
Yeah, no,
but this
no.
is not the time to discuss that.
Mhm.
But, you know, what's he gonna say? Hell is evil. No, that's not really the audience for that sort of preaching.
Right. We've had our conversations about Malar before.
Yeah.
It's evil and fire resistance. It's the worst combination for a gold dragon.
No, he listens or anything. He feels a connection. Like he would count Emissary amongst his friends, though clearly not friends who agree on everything, and who might end up on a different team in the future, or not.
I hope I don't end up as his last friend. Oh, too soon.
Wow. Cold.
Wow.
I mean, she's not even cold yet, and you know.
It's true. Well, she's gotten warmer. I understand she was very cold
True.
for a while.
Just
So
throwing shade, as it were.
like a tree.
I hate you both so much. Why do I still torment myself?
All right. Well, it sounds like we're going off to meet. To the ritual site, really. In the
yeah.
All right. I need a bio break real fast, so
Sure.
I'm gonna take that now, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, Ari, there you are in Mechanus with all the other gods, and you don't even get to hang out with them, though. You're in some quiet time hell.
Right now, I feel like now I'm in the waiting room.
Yeah.
Like there's at least before something was happening, I could ask someone about stuff. At least they could provide me with a bouncing ball or something I could play with.
Please wait. How many standard 10 days? We'll get back to you. What? What does that even mean?
Right? It's if they could at least let her watch. She wants let me watch Char's like trial. That's what I really want to do. You know?
Like, let me
Like-
eavesdrop on the other gods and goddesses. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, but no. Yeah,
No?
she's having a lot of random thoughts.
Like I like
A year.
like no one has obviously no one can impose this quiet time on her, but like how does that she's not the philosophical sort, so what does she turn to when she's just fucking trapped and she isn't powerful enough to whisk herself out? In fact, taking this divine essence into her is what put her in this position. Does she want to have revenge against the universe? Or is it fuck, well now what do I do?
I think she never really considered the gods are real, but she definitely did not think about theology a lot. And so I think in the beginning she's very frustrated, of course, but she quickly finds out that she can't actually leave, and after trial, at least she understands that she will get to leave, which, hey. But she's definitely very frustrated because she's not, as you say, she's not a dragon that sits down and contemplates. She's doing shit. She's out there, if she has nothing else going on, she'll be out there in the war, stabbing people. And now she's forced to sit here. She can't even use, she can think about the ritual. To be fair, she might have memorized a lot of it, but she can't actually, there's this rune I didn't understand. There's no encyclopedia here. It's just
Right. She's a
waste
dragon
of
of
time.
action, and she cannot
Yeah.
take action.
Yeah, and I think she sort of thinks of when Velignif had been imprisoned for a couple of years, right? And she feels anew, oh man, yeah. Back then, she took the most offense about him being fed bamboo, because that's not a way to treat a dragon. But right now, she can't even eat. There's no food. She doesn't. That's the worst thing, right? She can't even. She's not even tired.
All of her bodily functions are suspended, and so all of the habits that she's used to, she doesn't have the.
Yeah, she can't even sleep because she doesn't. I mean, she tries, but it's really hard when you're not actually tired and you're a dragon who wants to do things. It's the thing where it's open one eye. Is it gone? Has time passed yet? No. All right. Well. Yeah, she's definitely struggling. And I imagine that as time goes on, it just gets crazier and crazier.
How long have I been here? How long will I be here? Is this what being a god is like?
Yeah, exactly. And also oh yeah, great. She was she never thought about. And I guess that's another thing. She did not consider these consequences. She never thought about oh hey yeah, I'll be the fucking small fry god, right? She was just yes, I'll get this power, and then
Right.
I'll beat Javel to death.
Look at how much more powerful I will be than everyone else, and then you transplant her into a different environment. It's
Right.
oh,
And she's
shit.
oh, now I'm I've been this before. This sucks, but also. Right, because only recently she has started thinking about what happens if she does kill Yaffle, and now it's oh.
Is divine bureaucracy what I have to look forward to for the rest of
this
eternity?
Sucks, certainly. Yeah. But then warring other gods might be fun. She hadn't really considered that.
Gotta pass the time somehow, right? I mean, surely there's gotta be ways to maneuver around, get something.
Right, domains can be stolen. So clearly.
Yeah.
And then she starts thinking about what other domains are interesting.
A shopping list, who
yeah,
could be
exactly. I mean, if the chance was there.
Never mind that all this shit is to prevent that shit from happening in the future, because all this chaos preceding it. We're Cicatrix is gonna be it.
if the world order has a domain of murder, then it really you should expect murder.
Maybe you should lateral into chaos.
You shouldn't be like, oh wait, the murder god tried to murder another god. Oh no,
It's what do you mean? I can't believe it. Damn.
Yeah. I expected the murder god to be real nice.
I mean, you can be a nice murderer.
Yeah. Yes, he's like, I'm so sorry, but I mean, I have to murder you now. That's
God wills it.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
I was inquiring Ari about how agonizing it is for Vercingetorix to wait and do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks. It's awful. Yeah,
I mean,
starting to make crazy plans. Think of all the things she's going to do when she can do them.
I'm not gonna just let a murder god walk around.
She might murder the other gods during bureaucracy time.
What a mess! What a mess. Just
Yeah, exactly. This girl was like, "This is to stop gods from warring each other." And I'm like, "Well, a murder god's gonna murder, right? If you have that domain in your universe. Not that I think you should not have that, IO, please.
If there are fewer gods, there will be less paperwork. I'm helping you.
That's true. It's really efficiency, especially I say, we're just gonna take some of the domains and put them under one person. It's really efficient that way, Yeah.
Sure, I think so too.
Well, she lost, so sucks to be her.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think Vercingetorix, that's what Vercingetorix was talking with Grimm's too, at least she wishes she could sit in on other trials,
Spectator.
She would just look at Char's trials, for instance. That seems like, she could be very smug and happy. But says she's stuck here. She don't know anything. She's tired of all these gears. What do they even mean? What are they used for? I suppose locks.
Hanging out here in God jail.
Grand order. Eternal bureaucracy. Yeah.
Yeah, sucks.
Honestly, she's been behaving pretty well. She might be rewarded with a waiting room that has a window
to look at the gears,
at the eternal gears spinning and moving, and maybe people walking about down there. All these little weird boxes with eyeballs flying about.
We understand positive reinforcement is good, and so
we need that cell for Char, who's very mad. Yeah.
Now, if they wanted to save space, they could put me there.
There will also be, people, or people, not people. These creatures, right? Asking about your relation to hell, or connections there, because apparently your soul there is an outstanding claim for it.
Fraud.
You'll get the idea that it doesn't seem entirely on the up and up.
Oh, well, that she's very interested in. She will do the same thing. She will ask leading questions too.
They have Asmodeus right here. They're having conversations about this.
Asmodeus is a better talker than you are.
Yeah, I was gonna say, shit.
But they generally, can't be charmed really, because they don't care about wording.
It's what are you gonna do? Bribe them? Shit.
They don't really have desires, as it were.
Yeah.
If they do, they're destroyed immediately.
Try to threaten them and nothing happens. So.
And that would be a problem. Asmodeus I'm going to. What if I make you a deal?
What are you gonna do, Asmodeus? Continue making more law? And he's like, yes. Well, you're gonna do that anyway, right? They wrote the book that he has to live by.
Great. Well, again, she'll pump them for information about Asmodeus, I suppose. And definitely, to her mind, too. It's not like she's gonna twist the truth. No, it's her soul. They don't...
Yeah. It seems like there is I just give you some little bit. You know, there seems like there is, as you also talked about. You sure here bringing it up. It seems like there is ambiguity, and that's not supposed to be there in a hellish contract. Apparently,
She wasn't mentioned.
She is within some clauses, but not others. Of course, none of the people in this old contract are mentioned by names. They didn't have any.
Right. That's
Rather
fair.
by the statements. But as these guys can see, her soul does not come from hell. It has not been part of a hellish transaction before. It's not been to hell. It hasn't been. Seemingly, the other ones were brought from hell to a contractee and then further, but her one does not appear to be. That still, it does fall within some other clauses in the contract, and so they are trying to figure out the ambiguity. But generally, ambiguity in a hellish contract does not benefit the devil. The devil has to put like a clause that is iron tight and yet still, bamboozles you because he's better at law than you are. But he can't just be very open-ended and have it work out great for him.
I mean, that's good news for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like even like obviously want my soul, but even if it doesn't, giving Asmodeus a headache,
Mm-hmm.
that's all right too.
Yeah. Though you probably think hell has other problems right now.
Yes. Well, I think with Cicatrix is like she wants to be optimistic, right? But she doesn't know what that feels like.
Besides,
and also,
a divine soul, should you're not divine. That's really why it matters. Because if you just like had 100% now, they would just scrap it. You can't go to hell. Anymore. If you're a god, gods don't go to hell. Gods, when they die, they just sort of turn into vestiges of power, which can then be eaten by other things. Who knows? But,
yes,
they don't go to hell.
I'm familiar.
So that would be moot point. But they are working on it. Not really keeping you in the loop though, unless they need something. Do you cooperate generally, or are you obstinate still?
Well, I think she would cooperate as soon as she clocks that it could be to her advantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. She's never really shared anything about the ritual because it would be used against her. But
as soon as it helps, last session, it was like, yeah, I say stuff, but I'm not not really helping them along. And then it's like, wait, I could get out of this right now.
Right.
I will tell you. Will know everything now.
I think also she is sort of after the confrontation about the God Sparkins that she's sort of these people are this is information that they'll do and they'll set up whatever, but it's not gonna be spread out,
No, they don't seem to have a great concern about PR or anything. I mean, given that you probably didn't think about them for 1 second your entire existence so far,
Yeah, and she misses those days.
Yeah. Wow, Missouri doesn't have to look at gears for a year. Wow.
Yeah.
Also, if she inquires, she'll be informed that she will be returned exactly one. They would call it like a solar rotation, something like that.
Mm-hmm. How many 10 days is that? That's standard time.
Exactly.
So there are 36 10 days. Yeah, because because leap years exist as well in the calendar of Hardtos. There are between 364 and 365 days. You have the 36 10 days, and then you have the several separate days that happen between months to denote particular things.
And a special little extra bonus one.
Yeah, great. Well, I hope that's not this year. Please.
They wouldn't give you the calendar of Haptos. They would give you a gear based determination about how many sprongs a certain thing has rotated, which they would then translate for you into something that would make sense for you.
Right.
Though after long elaboration and whatnot, because they do not like to express things in any way that is not entirely.
Well, it loses some of the meaning,
some of the accuracy.
Yeah, exactly. I get that.
And yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, guess she's hanging out, asking about Asmodeus.
They will inform you though that it might feel, because they have some control over the passage of time on this plane, that it might feel a lot longer. So she has no need to worry about time pressure.
Think she looks like at them like they're idiots, which they would not care about.
No, they don't.
Just
understand.
like, yes, she already feels like it is. You know what? It feels long. Yeah, you're right. Turns out when you're not doing anything, like, is there any way they'll give her something she can interact with? Like, not a window, but like, I don't know, give me some fucking crayons or something, a book.
Books to read.
You know, what do you want?
I wish to learn more about.
What was you to ask for?
The Divine Order. Tell me about Divine Law.
Yeah, Divine Law.
This
No.
seems eminently relevant, right?
Yeah, you know, maybe like, considering that she seems to be in a current case of like laws about souls, she would certainly like to read up upon that. That seems like really it would be right in terms of the law.
Divine law books? Yeah. I mean, it would have to be, they do have, basically, they have a book that's like the law of the universe. How does everything work? But the thing is, it's so complicated that no one but them can really understand it.
Right. Yeah, it'll be the for dummies version, you know?
Yeah. They don't like dumbing things down either, but the thing is, they have been visited by people, by like mages and stuff. In the past, you can plane or travel here. If you really want to.
Yeah. Well,
people generally don't. But,
yeah, I bet.
Some people would to exactly like look at lost stuff or find ways to manage chaos. And I think you know what, I think it's reasonable that you can get something to you want to learn about like law. Here you go. Have some books about that. How magic and universal law functions.
Great.
After
I mean,
all,
this
she's
seems
the
like
opposite, so.
It'll be very useful to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll start reading. Maybe, since the ritual that she's bound by is written in Old Thayan, perhaps she could ask for a dictionary of that too.
They would be so confused that a god wouldn't just know all the languages. Old Thayan.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a god yet. They said so themselves.
Give me a diplomacy. Let's see how nice.
I thought they didn't work.
Yeah, but I think it's more like Visigotix behaving.
Yeah, I mean, again, can she turn it on? That's the real question. Also, I need to turn on my program because.
Oh, you know what? If you have Streetwise and would rather do that, that would work.
Oh, I definitely would rather do that.
Just sort of, swindle them a little bit. Not quite bluffing, but like knowing, trying to figure out.
No, it's like knowing the words, right?
How do these
like,
people work, and how could I?
How many times can she drop law in a sentence and order?
Where's the one that's a little bit weird and that I could poke for?
Well, you just have to find the one who's really passionate about, whatever.
Anything.
And then you just pump them for information,
roll it.
right?
Let's see it.
Yeah, sorry, I need to load my character sheet.
Yeah.
Because I don't have it printed, as it turns out. Because it keeps changing. Someone keeps changing it. No, I don't know who that could possibly be. Alright. Streetwise. That incredible wisdom score, of the dragon. Alright, let's go. Roll 20 plus 22. Ugh. Ah.
Here. Difficulty of the environment and such. All right. Yeah, not a fantastic roll, but
No,
yeah. So yeah, you find something. You try to find someone who might be able to poke them. They're just, it seems like whatever bad apples that might have been here are gone for this god thing. But If you want dictionaries, that's they can get you. So pick a language and add it to your list of languages.
Thayan.
Yeah, do that then. Learn Thayan.
That's what the ritual is written in, right? Mostly.
Yeah, it's like magic arcane runes, but yeah, having Thayan certainly is pertinent.
Yeah, I figure old Thayan, not new Thayan. All that undead slaying. Great. I'll write that down somewhere. Sweet. All right, she's studying now. Now she's a lot more happy.
That's something to do. Yeah, it helps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cramming.
Which will make her, more cooperative. So really, who's gaining? Everyone.
Yeah. For now. In Missouri. And
oh, hey, you added me before I put my token there. I put mine on the Serpent Valley, too, for flavor.
Yeah, we haven't been here for a while.
Oh, man, I haven't. Oh, the Screen Dragon hasn't been here since, I think maybe she stopped an ogre from coming, or maybe when, Valignith, collapsed the entrance with, a really cruddy rock slide, or there's, a copper dragon. Man, it's been some decades. She took that warning to heart not to come back here.
Yeah, she was told that if she should enter this place, kill all of them.
And back then, he was probably powerful enough to do it.
He would definitely have ended the dragons if they had been.
Just session one, we're like, nah, what's the worst that could happen?
What could he possibly do? I mean, come on, right? We're like dragons, and he's just a level 18 devil. Not a I think that was also thoroughly conveyed by him.
Yes, he was. I saw no reason to doubt his truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As you as she goes here, well, what time of day do you want it to be? You're sort of in control here. The day?
It can be, it could be late morning.
All right. Yeah. So that's birds around. It's summer now, so wet season is over, and now it's there's tons of insects buzzing around, and a bit fewer up here than in the actual valley proper. It's verdant. As she goes here, presumably, yeah. There's it's a few moments before anything happens. So how does she? The others are sort of following. Each person can fly. Session.
Yeah. Okay. I think her landing, separate from the others, to behold the rebel. It's very reminiscent for her. The invokings of Veristrix until Raxos and Valignith have her in a reflective mood, thinking of what it was like when she was here and the only one who did not want to escape. And then the day she first walked out and felt the psionic presence pushing on her. Go ahead.
It looks very much the same in many ways. I mean, the edifice is here. It hasn't really, it's weathered, but it always was, right? It's much older than the 100 years that have passed. The rubble, of course, pile now. There's little plants and stuff growing on it. It's been so long. There's probably a couple trees that were different, But then again, would she really remember? I mean, she could see the place where where they met the dwarves back then. Encountered their first non-devil people.
Yes. Brunella Coldbrew is a name that would come to her mind after a little bit of thought, man, how long has that been?
Yeah, what happened to her? Is she still alive?
As for what she would say, It would be just softly, just like no one in particular, but to everyone, it'd be, Father, I have returned.
And he gets up the side a little bit. He doesn't like the idea of devils, As upon the rubble, appearing in like a burst of flame, they're wont to do, with a scant smell of sulfur. A large white figure, insectile legs that are spread out, a big sort of leathery, bony wings, spines all the way down the back to the long stinger tail with a large sort of reddish scorpion stinger upon it. Face unseen for a long time. Devil looks Emissary Leadrith. It's been far too long. Probably the first time it has used that name.
Yeah, yes. Basarek, the Twisted Marrow. I took your words to heart. Almost all of them. And among them, that you would slay us if we were to return.
The devil smiles. You always was the bright one. Not necessarily curious, but why get into trouble for no gain? More importantly, you're the one that's come here, who has returned. We have much to talk about. Sort steps a little bit further. There's clearly a limit to how far he's willing to get from the tomb,
Sure.
But this sort of go down to the edge of the rubble.
Yeah.
While we are outside, I am under no obligation to kill you, or to harm you in any way, to attempt. Nor will my fellow infernals. I have called you to come here because of a few reasons. Mostly, though, it is because it is possible for me to do so now, without the direct oversight of our infernal father.
And why get into trouble if you would not stand to gain anything? Throwing his words back at him. Its words back at it.
Yeah, bone devils typically are one of the type of devils that don't get to have a gender.
Yeah.
But it's easier to identify by giving one. Instead of her, just for a moment, he has had described. I mean, she knows this, right? Hell keeps an eye on what happens.
Yes.
What's going on with her? He's had told from his imps and whatnot, of stories and information that they've gathered, but he hasn't seen her in a long time. And she used to be a bit of a different sort of, she's more like a cat now than like a feral.
Yeah, she's not the little fucking roly-poly dragon gaba.
Waddling around.
The rich green has faded into a bit of a grayish hue on the scales.
Before, in the past, she could never really read the devil, beyond what he wanted her to feel or read on him. But she finds now that his features are easier for. She has a lot more experience, obviously, many 100 times more than she did back then. And and it is
so much bigger.
Yeah, and it is with pride. He looks at her. See, nods. There is much to do. But I will say that you were always my favorite. And I am glad to see you have done so well for yourself. I feared, I admit, once you left, that something out there would be too much. And so far it would appear that all of you have made it. This reflects well on me.
How could I not be your favorite? For you are cunning enough to know that I am the best selection to be your favorite.
He nods. Yeah, sure. Not the kind of parent who doesn't pick favorites. Yeah. Let me explain to you what I could not say before. You see, my task in all of this is to ensure that the dragons within the ritual grow up and are capable of survival and of gaining strength so that their souls, your souls, can be a measure, a gift to us should Yaffle succeed. I have done my part for the most bit. I am also supposed to guard this tomb from intruders, though Malignith certainly has made that a lot easier now. Not even the wandering squirrels come here anymore. No, I have done my part so well that I have angered my superiors. Again, smiling. He's very happy with this. Because they think that when this is all over, I might well surpass them in rank. They might end up working for me. But it is their job to make sure that they claim the souls, not mine. This, of course, also means, Emissary, that I have no interest in them doing so. The more you win, the better I come out. This job has been long, and it has been arduous. Raising, if all had been as you, had a much easier time of it than what it became. But I did not do it for the ease, but because there is real. I was really into this. But because there is a real chance here, me gaining a lot. Also, I was selected and didn't have much of a choice. I intend to skip a few levels. Intend to advance beyond my current standing. I would become a frontline soldier, should I advance once. I would like to get my own legion. And I can do that if you survive, if you prosper, and if you continue to win as you have. I don't believe there's much of a reason you would stop doing so, but the margin of victory is also important. I would want to make it as easy for you as possible. I would want you to humiliate hell. I would want you to glare in the face of your enemies and see them writhe with the knowledge that they could never have beaten you. I had hoped perhaps the others would also be here for this, but their survival is sufficient. I am still bound to stop you from entering this place. That is my command, and it is something I will continue to do with all of my power and all of my strength. But there is someone who has been able to bypass me. You know of whom he has done so by obtaining, during his first incursion, a few souls which had the knowledge of something dear to me. Something that, while in his control, makes me unable to stop him. This is something that would stop any one of my and so it cannot reflect too harmfully on me, as it was a demand from Yaffle that it be relinquished to my true name. While the Death King controls it, he can come and go here as he pleases. Not that I, in my power, would have that much of an ability to stop him these days. But though he is greater than I, my continued harassment, attacks, turning to this place whenever I would have been defeated with allies and reinforcements, would make his tasks a lot harder. Nothing else, I might be able to win you time against him, to hold him back, or, should you have my true name, to simply not do the same to you. Some might say that me giving you this information is helping you, but it does not go against any of my actual orders. Not giving you any direct assistance, simply informing you of how you might be, or how someone might be able to bypass my protections of this. Even command me to aid them in the combat against a certain returning wizard. Should they do so of their own volition, well, we can only count that as them being that much smarter.
Green Dragon narrows her eyes suspiciously, but she knew from a hatchling that the Bone Devil had such an eloquent way of words. And it's difficult for her to say whether she would even trust her senses at this point, given the incredible legacy of hell and how it speaks to people. Green Dragon says, "How could I possibly be reassured that what you would give to me would be, in fact, your true name? And that I could utilize it to my benefit and subsequently yours, instead of just your benefit?"
I will not be the one to give it to you. I cannot, as that would be giving you direct aid, which is against my command. But I can inform you of where to find it. And with it, I suppose, other information that might be of use to you. Deep below this place, one calling himself Regaran, the Death King, an old stone giant, has been wearing a cursed crown and sitting upon a magical throne for a long time. The throne is an item of great power, just as his crown is. It allows him to commune with the dead, to hold a court of sort of all of the various people whose souls he has captured. Yaffle stored the souls of her co-creators within the ritual chamber, and when he entered there on his first incursion, he claimed them and brought them with him. From them he learned my truth, and I would suspect that you could do the same, if you were to sit upon his throne. It is below the ground, and it is difficult to get to. But at this point, I do not see peace with such a being as being something compatible with success in the rituals.
And the undead stone giant's interference with the ritual interferes with your desires, because it threatens your ability to skip ranks.
I care deeply about you and yours personally. I spent many years taking care of you. But yes, you are also, naturally, a vehicle for my own success. something you can certainly trust. I have raised you, and I'm supposed to have raised you in such a way that you are capable. I was challenged to make you the best that you could be, and though I might admit it was a task that I did not know how to approach at first, it seems I have succeeded fairly well. I would not have that jeopardized, and perhaps it is playing a little bit around the rules to give you information as to how to make me an ally. Having my true name would be akin to someone commanding me with a whip. I would have no choice but to obey. Yet, Emissary, I would trust you with that information, because someone worse already has it. Once you hold that over me, your wish will be my command. And perhaps we can even make a bargain that you relinquish it afterwards and receive some favor in return. Once this whole affair is done, after all, I will be in a position of power far greater than currently.
I thought my objective would be for my soul not to go to hell, Basarak.
Yeah. He just... Yes, I suppose that is true. I got curious. An old habit.
You cannot... It cannot be so that you remain as the guardian of this site, given the potency of the dragons and of Yaffel's reincarnations. Surely you must have received some extra support by now that is not tethered thus by true name.
He nods. Yes, there are others, but I command them.
You made mention that if the Undead Stone Giant defeated you, you would be able to return with greater reinforcements?
Yeah. He nods and says, yes. I have been given, after your initial success, I have been given more support. However, the capacity and interest of Hell is limited. The price here is not so high that anything will be done to solve it. I will try my best, and in some cases I will fail only to return. As long as I do what can be expected of someone of my rank, the contract has been fulfilled. After all, it is expected that eventually Yaffle will enter here and defeat me, fighting her way to the inner chamber alongside her, I imagine, adventuring companions, only to then return. My power was selected specifically because by the time someone could fight their way past me and my supporters, she imagined she would be strong enough to deal with whatever she plans to do afterwards. Thus, she demanded my true name to ensure that I would be loyal to her and her alone, though she did not expect the Death King, nor someone who could glide through earth and rock who could defeat the Guardians, both myself and whatever she placed further in, and who could obtain those souls before she could return to claim them herself.
Tell me, Basarak, when the giants, so many years ago, were lured to the site and defeated you, how long did you need to return from Hell?
It took me a day. But I have grown since then.
Green Dragon. Almost like tilts her head to like look away from Basarak and then thinks better of it. Says, would that still be true even with what I hear is the chaos in your plane right now?
He tilts his head slightly. Just that I cannot say. The infernal plane is the hand of sorcery emerged, shall we say, from the Lord of Nessus, and it was a a messy delivery. Things are unfortunate. I might be prevented in returning sometime. However, as long as I do so, to the best of my abilities.
You see, Father, I am of two minds. I believe your words, informing me of what Gregarin has obtained, are truthful, and that there is a way for me to possess this knowledge. Though what consequences there would be in me venturing down to his throne and attempting to wrest this power away, I could not account for, and neither truly could you. The alternative would be for me to test the guardian of this ritual site. You. You would then return in some indeterminate time, provided I did defeat you, presumably with greater reinforcement. And I can assure you, Basarek, that there will be far more attention to this ritual site now. Velignith buried this place away, but many more will come. You may need the help, old man.
It was sort of just it's like this. In truth, I long for the time when this ritual is complete, and I may leave for a more interesting purpose. These last decades and centuries have been dull. Little happens, and what I do learn is relate to me of imps. Their pesky little voices are grating.
You were compelled to honesty when we came under your care. And though I am under no such compulsion, I will nevertheless reveal to you my design. The ritual will end, should Yaffle make it to the ritual chamber and remember. But yet she is away right now and occupied. And in her absence, and I suppose in the absence of the gods and your superior, I seek to eye and scrutiny the ritual so that I may unravel it. It is not something Yaffle accounted for in the contract, nor is it something your side could account for as well. This would require me to bypass you. And why not show you who I truly am now?
In that regard, I have no choice. If you intend to breach this place, I must stop you, as must my associates within. I cannot say it will not be entertaining to see you accomplish what you can, though I have little doubt that I will be able to truly challenge you. I have heard of your monikers, your feats, and though I have grown mighty, I have yet to be rewarded for the deed of creating you. But come then, entertain me for a time. Why don't you? Perhaps then you will finally see what it is that has been hidden from you for so long.
The Green Dragon allows her her mouth to open and flash her teeth. As she moves her claw a bit to sort of take a half step forward, she says, "Would you like it slow or swift?"
Show me what you can do. He teleports heck inside. You know, do his job.
Green Dragon. Teases like her claw dangling in the air as the Bone Devil teleports back inside. She chortles a bit. And then says, aloud, I suppose I will have to undo what I advised Valignif to create. If not for myself, then for the adventurers who will come after me. And with that, she will begin finding pieces of, debris, because she had, phased through this stuff anyway, and begin just, casually chucking them aside. She's not in any rush.
Yeah.
She also wants to make sure that, even though she can see the invisible, that doesn't mean that, some sort of, sneaky, aha, got you, will, come out to grab her claw.
Yeah. It takes a little bit. I think the others will come and help as well.
Mm-hmm.
Think. Attain. Just removing the plants. Novacree doesn't.
Yeah.
He's
look at him.
Here. He's looking at something important, right?
Yeah.
Manual labor.
With his strength score of, Grimace checks the token, 17.
Half Dragonhood. Yeah.
Unbelievable. As noted, the Green Dragon, not in any particular hurry. Allow Basarek the time to, soak in this anticipation of finally something interesting.
He hasn't been doing much lately, and no one has really come here. It's been pretty boring for a long time. But again, I mean, he's all about work, right?
Yeah. Well, the Green Dragon is soaking the words, too, of this, because she did not know, even though, where Cicatrix knew of the co-conspirator possibility, and this cursed throne that is beneath the valley. And what, knowledge could be gleaned from that. But that sounds like a lot of effort to get to, really. And that's probably going to make sure that Undead Stone Giant knows what's up. That's not so much.
All right. Well, Aerie.
Yes.
Yes. We have 3 NPCs here. Now,
no.
If things begin happening, who knows? But what do you feel? You want me to just give them all to you? Is that?
Yes. I'll choose which one to. Unless they're all there, in which case Grimace might get one.
At the moment, they're all here. The squad.
But I mean, all in conflict.
Yeah. As you pull away the bits of rubble and rock, and I mean, it takes a while, right? It's probably into the night.
Sure.
Without using magic, it's even if you're really powerful, it takes a while to just move rocks, bash them out of the way as more fall from above. But Ignus was pretty effective in his collapsing of the whole thing. But yeah, you will unearth the passage built by giants way back in the day when they still did that. You can look in and see the stair. You have the vague memories of what's inside. I mean, you lived here for a long time, though you were never allowed anywhere close to the stairs. The others certainly tried to go there, but it was something Basarek himself usually was there to stop them, snap them up. You know that beyond this, there's tombs within. There's a big hall full of sand with 2 nice balconies where she would sometimes lay and relax, and where Basarek would spend most of his time telling what stories and such that he might have, and sometimes they would talk or be around each other, while the others would run into further bits of the tomb and explore little tunnels and dig around in the sand or fight over who had the shinier piece of broken ceramic. you spent a lot of time in that central room. Beyond that is the main tomb chamber, and that's also a place she wasn't allowed to go, and that the others tried to break into, and of course were foiled in their attempts.
With the creeping, the slow creeping that happens as debris is slowly cleared, the green dragon keeps her base, and it is only when this avenue is through that she does stop entirely. Her mood still the same as it was yesterday before the trip, but now overcome with, so it's not the same, but that as a foundation, and then overcome with nostalgia in a sense, and she speaks aloud. I did not think I would be the only one to return. Not to anyone in particular, just to herself, but aloud. She just did this return was meant to be with the others.
Dusty
Feels
wind
deeply.
goes across the valley, almost like a distant groan of the earth. This new wound that's been opened in it. The old dusty place here. Probably even like so little has happened in there, right? There's old splatters of blood and such. It seems like the fighting usually doesn't take place here. Presumably a bit further in. But
you want them to get in a bit further first before you.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make sure that they're really committed to this.
Because you can't leave. The green dragon creeps a bit further, and as she gets to the threshold, she stares her at that border by which she was warned if she would ever cross, Basarek would slay her. And she calls out teasingly, I return to test your words. And puts a claw down. Immediately dies. Spikes come out. Impale her.
Oh my god, it's a trap. It's one of those lightning traps we encountered once. Just, oh, you tricked the wire. Fall into an acid pit.
She steps, right? And there's that, ominous, cold gust of wind. Cool, maybe even. From within the tomb. But nothing beyond that. It is deathly still. It's clear, to remind that she's done it, He's broken the compact. He is allowed to go get her now. But probably not right here.
Okay. Then she will begin to, in that slow, sinuous way, begin to take some other steps forward, and she will call out, the stories the minions told you of my deeds would do no justice compared to what I have performed. What is your current rank compared to that of an astral kraken, Basarek? Or the former chosen of Umberlee? While you have lurked and bided your time, I have soared and survived. In the struggle, and not through you, for your time with me was so brief, I have been forged. Where are you now to test not only me, but yourself? For if you want the power you seek, I will have to succeed.
Further up. It has a dusty smell. It's been a long time since anything happened here. There's the distant like faint splatters of like old blood, probably from certain giants that were made to go in here at one point in the distant past. That was a joy for the.
Yeah.
Even if later on more giants were sent, they were somewhat more powerful. There was certainly a fight.
You
Okay.
know, Basarek, I did take pleasure in leading the giants to this tomb that you must guard. I thought you would appreciate not only the company, but that your beloved, corpulent child would do that to you. And because this is a giant hallway, I think she will raise like her wings, and instead of like that slow tease there, quickly just sort of like cover the gap.
I feel like our allies are like, whoa, oh.
Yeah, you can move them along as you wish.
Yeah, I figure they hesitated just a little bit because it's like, oh, this is a big deal. But I mean, oh, come along.
Yeah,
Nova
I mean,
Cree
it's dark.
passes
It's
'cause he's
dark
the
in
most
here,
important.
right? Not really a problem for anyone here, but there's no light.
If need be, Nova Cree like has some sort of obnoxious like light staff or
He
some
walks
shit,
and
right?
his shoes
Oh,
light up whenever
I
he
was gonna
steps.
say his brass armor is imbued with lighting, and it's not like really useful lighting, but it makes him look really cool and awesome. It's like this slight shine, flick. It even flickers. It's not constant. It just,
Some people say it's a bit much, but
they don't live long.
yeah. Looking further in, we serve at this point here a bussing, like the crawling of critters. Certainly something he doesn't remember from back then. There were the occasional like insects and whatnot in here that the other dragons would hunt and play with, but seems like that's more of it.
Buzzing devils, is that anything that's come up before in the campaign? I think that's where her mind goes, like creatures from like hell, if they've like appeared before and have had like any sort of buzzing like quality or trait like attributed to them.
Arcana monster identification check.
Okay. Do that.
Let's see, were these the people who were chasing me around the sky?
Similar.
I crit that. 36.
Oh, damn. All right. Yeah, hell has a lot of insect-based creatures. A lot of devils actually look somewhat like, ice devils look sort of, insectoid. But this is a swarm of something, which suggests it's a swarm devil. Creatures that are particularly dangerous to adventurers, certainly, as most swarms are. They are made of flying, blackened creatures, sort of an amalgamate hive mind of many tiny devil bodies working together to generally melt with acid and psychic damage anything that gets near them. That said, they are far enough below her level that they will not be a big problem. Turns out, this place might be a bit underleveled for level.
And as it turns out,
Enter
Basarek,
3 epic companions.
Basarek hasn't gotten like banished a whole lot of late.
Yeah.
Go get
It's
more
fine.
reinforcements.
It hasn't really been a priority. A lot of other things have happened. Yeah. But again, Basarek's going to defend this as best he can, which means doing it as the dungeon was intended. Though, except without his boss here.
The green dragon like tilts her head to listen, and then instead of like walking forward so much, walks to the side and begins to drag her claw along the wall. She finds that she's taking joy out of this too, and this might be some of the cruelty and maliciousness that is coming out that Besserek would appreciate. She says, "The anticipation. It has been so long since Valignav buried this, and we dragons have done such a good job of keeping this secret. Everyone has forgotten. You want it slow. That's okay.
Just savor
I
it.
can wait."
I feel like
Uh,
Guild and Fire will like look a little like, oh,
It's a big place. You know, it's built by ancient giants. It's a big tomb too.
yeah,
Some
yeah. They
sort
was
of
just saying like, this is not
storm
great.
giant tomb.
It's
Yeah.
just like,
If Emissary takes one more step, she'll find
acid
that,
pit.
No,
Then wouldn't that be some shit?
dignified.
Asshole black dragon.
That's fucking.
But rather from this ceiling and walls at the intersection will spill floods of these. Normally, if your passive perception here was like below 36, they might have ambushed you, but they won't. They will simply show up to do their attacks from the ceiling. Basically, the creatures being up there, and as you peer under them, begin to spew flies. You can see
Yes.
the flies cannot actually.
That gets Eviscerated Legion Fear, in a provocation where she immediately reacts to one of the attacks and then sort of like ends up here teleporting to wade into the Swarm Devil action.
Oh yeah, they're actually up by the ceiling, in tiny little holes there, taking cover. One of their things is that they like to do ranged attacks as well. But getting close to them as she does, she'll notice that they actually can do a little bit of damage because they have an aura around
I gotcha.
enemies who take 10 acid damage.
Understood.
Now, here's my executive decision vis-a-vis monsters that are, as it were, that has a level difference of 6 below you. They will just have 1 hit point. So if you hit them, they die. That seems appropriate. They'll count as minions, even though their attacks and such are not upped. All right, so you move, and
I teleport
you react
the Jason.
simply destroying one of the swarms, laying into it. It's a bunch of little things, but
like it tries to take cover in the holes, and she just like rips them out of the holes.
Yeah, and probably similarly, like the other one will there will be the 10 damage, and then it'll try to do its thing, and it will do its shift here to shift its speed into her space and do some damage, as it will basically move out of the hole over her and back into its cover.
I like it.
Ugh, like the harpies in Heroes 3 Might and Magic.
It'll take me to 191, and then when my turn starts, it'll be 181. Actually, it moved out of my range. It moved out of range of me being in the aura, so I would be at 191.
And they do like being at range.
Gotcha. And then I would creep up and then hammer at the very rock the Swarm Devil was attempting to hide in to hack at the creature. Like so.
You hit it by more than 20.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually.
Yeah.
As they are destroyed. The bits of like hellish beings evaporating as they're banished back to hell. Leading you here to the two, you see the fork in the road here, to the two outer chambers, the two Generally, in a giant tomb, this would be the guardians, probably frost giants or stone giants buried in these large coffins. You know, as guardians for the deeper areas within. Beyond that, you can see a little bit of sand to what you know is the Great Hall further in.
Ah, yes, the sand. Oh,
A
Green dragon.
sandbox for dragons.
No,
Drag
it's
small
drizzled
dragons.
from the ceiling. You know, it's sort of an old
Oh.
tomb.
Yeah, green dragon. Like lands back on the ground. Her body covered in her scales covered in a couple of pock marks from the acid. But she's not stopping. She'll go to the opposite wall now and sing out in a saccharine voice. Come now, Basarek. Don't you want to return to hell? Get some more support? Tell them how things are going? Win some sort of reprieve from the boredom in here?
Oh. Gary, I hope you're okay with this slower exploration pace.
Yeah,
still
no,
enjoying
I'm
yourself?
I'm
'Cause,
having fun.
of course, while
you know?
they hear you being trapped in a mechanical plane is not maybe the most engaging.
Hey, while I was listening, I tried to draw a symbol for my thing. Now I'm getting to be 3 epic creatures. Like I'm.
I haven't even asked you about yet, like what you want to
What?
call them, but we'll get to that.
No, God, don't. Hey, that's slow exploration is.
As
Yeah.
Emisure walks forward here, looking into this room, she remembers it, right? She would
Yeah.
sit with Besserect on these rocks. He would sit there, she'd be there next to him, like a cat curled up. Or she would rest upon the pillars, holding up the balconies.
Occasionally upon
These
the
dark
pillars.
areas here show areas where there's a balcony above, about 20 feet up. You know, they don't really lead to a lot of places. Then here you have paths going to the side, and here you have sort of the forbidden path to the inner tomb. She's looked in there. There's just a big coffin in there, but she wasn't allowed to really go exploring. A lot of places weren't allowed. Even some of them, like, you weren't really allowed over here either. But it sort of ended up with the others doing that anyway. It was an exciting big room, and maybe some of these bans were also just to give the dragons something to rebel against that wasn't as bad as some of the other ones. Certainly very rebellious. Alleged captivity. And it's there now on this, with this war devil, a big scaly creature. On the side here is a group of legionnaire devils. Certainly none of these you remember from when you were young here. These all.
No.
Beyond that, you have high enough perception to notice that there's also something on the balcony. The balconies. Currently hiding out of sight. Sense this light. Come then. Enter this room. It seems fitting, doesn't it?
Shall I lay beside you once more?
I am obligated to say please do.
Green dragon looks, and then instead of like moving forward, she takes flight.
This one will do initiative.
Yeah, seems fitting. Error trace. Oh no, I can edit the initiative of my token macro, so that means I can't roll initiative.
Let's make that.
No.
I roll for one.
There we go. A solid.
Do
10.
I have to roll for my minions or?
I can.
I figured that
Yeah, you
you
might not be able to.
Yeah,
well,
I'm only borrowing these from God. I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
well, I think it's right we give Emissura the first, even though.
Sure.
I don't think the others will move into this
Yeah.
like weird dead encounter without her
Emissura.
going in.
I think I don't know if Vercingetorix told her, but Bezzaric's boss is a pit fiend with his own retinue who, was here for a time as well, but he's the reverend.
It's for the best, really.
He hasn't been back.
Yeah.
Well, he has been back, but not now.
Oh,
Yeah, I think the move action is going to see her flying up onto this balcony.
Oh, all right.
It's 9, so it takes her right there.
Look at them. The Storm Devils on Hell Wasps, also known as Hell's Dragon Hunters.
oh, I know those. They
Hey,
suck.
Ready
was
to take
a-
off, riding their mounts here too.
Okay, that was a move action. A minor action is to look down upon the Legionnaires from this elevated position, as she's clinging onto it, and breathe poison down upon them.
What defense? Let's see here. What you got? You're hitting against Reflex. They have an effective 34.
All right, I missed one of them then. The last one.
Guy
Finds refuge.
in the sand here. Those are promptly killed.
Yeah. Leans against like the pillar, like, oh,
Rid of his long sword.
oh no.
I hate this job.
Oh, why does this have to be my life, man? I swear to you.
Shouldn't
As-
have been an evil banker in life. And you wouldn't be here. Could have been nice.
If you had been if you had been good at your job as a banker, you wouldn't be just a Legion Devil. So
as a standard
Evil
action,
Layer.
I am out of reach. I don't have anything that I really want to use to get the reach, so just go ahead and gain 11 temporary hit points. She's not in any rush.
Matane. You've been invited. You don't like devils.
Yeah,
Not
I guess he'll
particularly
move.
hateful, but just in general, Or
Yeah, I mean, everything's so far away. Even for the person who can teleport 8, Nature. Let's see here. Ugh. Need not all this.
I should say. There's also little imps around, but they're helping, but they're absolutely pathetic to compare to you. So they don't even count as many.
Well, I suppose he'll have to just double move. I don't know that he has any ranged.
Doesn't really do that.
Yeah. Alright, well, I mean, he'll. I suppose go here? That seems.
Ari, he's the chosen of a greater deity.
He goes wherever
Yeah,
he wants.
You think he'll fight your dad?
He's the chosen of a greater deity. Like, this man wanted to go after the Lord of the Netheril Empire.
Right. He doesn't go after the Legion Devil. Alright, that's it.
I'm just saying he would not be timid, I don't think.
No, he has definitely gotten a bit, maybe, some might say a bit too much confidence these days.
All right. This one will fly out here on this big wasp. Buzzing sound appearing as supposed to maybe be a little bit of like a surprise, but moving out, points Trident towards Martain, and we'll shoot a streak of lightning at him.
Yes, that will hit.
Get forked.
Strikes.
18 lightning damage. Oh no.
Look at that range 20 on those lightning forks too,
Yeah,
man.
I know.
Good stuff.
Jealous.
Aim to pay
Even
attention.
Nova Cree doesn't have that long range. Just
I want a lightning fork.
Right here. And you'll do the same to Imizure.
That will not hit because I have my Helm of Able Defense active.
I was gonna say you were about to get your wish fulfilled.
Gildan.
Gildenfire. No, he's not epic, but well, he is epic, but not.
He is epic. He's
Definitely.
an Elder Gold Dragon.
Speed fly. 12. Oh my god. I've
Hovering.
forgotten what it
Yeah.
is to be.
No shit, right?
A
Yeah, you just fucking go right there. He's a damn dragon. Fuck does he care?
Yeah, but should he open with range? Just a question. What do we have here? Sorry, it's...
Well, we know that he hates devils.
Yeah.
He really does not like him. So really go all out with him.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't imagine he does anything but...
Especially since those green dragons seems to be taking this shit slow. No, let's expedite this process, yeah?
He's not having fun with them.
Does that mean he would go for Basarek?
Sure.
Can't make it there. He's gonna make it here so he can attack something. Alright. I need to look at some of those rechargers. Close burst 5?
Yeah. The breath weapon's a close blast 5. Your majestic roar is a close burst 5. Ashes to earth and orb of golden flame you wouldn't use in this situation.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like a close burst 5 is great. It'll hit 3 targets, right?
4. Or 5, actually.
Oh, what?
No, 4. The wasp.
Oh,
no.
yeah. No, yeah. I was gonna
There we
say
go.
no.
Good. Roll it.
All right. Was that the one I said one? Yes. Brah! Brah!
Big roll.
Brah!
Hit. A hit. And a hit. Nice theme. Right. Radiant thunder.
And they are
No,
knocked
he's
prone.
knocked prone. So these guys fall to the ground.
Ah!
They can fall safely up to their fly speed, which both of them are fine with. They're still. Actually tumbles onto the massive, terrifying roar of the gold dragon.
I feel like it might be a good time to action point.
Do it.
And do a nice close blast 5 fire breath. Which will basically hit the same 3, right?
You could angle it like that, yeah?
Yeah. Alright.
Majestic roar. And as they fall down,
Ugh.
mighty fire infused with the light of my Leaky comes from his jaws.
It's one of them.
Yeah,
Missing.
you know.
But there's half damage in him.
Yeah, missing is half damage.
Imagine that on your birthday.
Fire doing little, but the radiant still.
It's those mixed damage types you want.
Yeah.
You know?
All right. A war devil.
That's it. Alright.
Berserk. You know, it needs to. It'll handle this thing. Charge up. or anything really. And we'll attack. Devils have one thing that they really like. That's
Fire.
tridents.
Oh.
Jam a trident into the dragon.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Bruce, get it in between some scales during round. Get that 5 ongoing damage and 8 damage. And then knock him prone. Also put him on the ground.
Ugh. Ongoing save ends and able.
Then, because he's his rank, he will as a minor action command the Legion Devil to get over here.
Get over here!
Which he will then, as a free action, do. They can move over here. All right. Then it's his turn, and I suppose he'll.
Who?
The Legion Devil will.
Oh, 6? Okay, yeah.
He has a move and swing a sword. Yeah, intruders after all.
Nope.
I can handle Nova Creare.
Oh, please.
Enemies are ready to fear. There is an attack from stealth. As not sleeping, helplessly immobilized, but it'll still be an attack.
No, clangs off of her scales.
Oh,
Assassin imp.
27.
You little.
Okay.
Alright. Nova Cree picks up the half dragon and he flies forward 9. Question: is the Assassin Imp 2 a minion?
Yes.
Alright. Nova Cree the Brass Prince gazes at the Assassin Imp 2. As a minor action, utilizes impossible power. 31 versus reflex.
Oh, yeah.
Very terrible attack roll. And clears the stupid imp off of his mistress. Then he looks at the Legion Devil Legionnaire, and while he could use his impossible power against that minion too, that's not fun. And so, with its back turned, Nova Cree lights up and brandishes the Ray of Gilded Flame down upon the Legionnaire. 38 versus armor class.
It's
For 19 fire and radiant.
Ah, 2 kills. What a victory. Second only to the Green Dragon.
That's right. As it should be.
Then on Nova Cree's face. Aha, there was a second one. Stinger tail him.
Oh.
Oh. Good choice. Captain Face, we call it. Then lastly, Besric. Stand up. That was unpleasant. He's weakened. He will start his Aura of Obedience, giving his allied devils bonuses to attack rolls and damage rolls. Then he, at the same time, also has the Aura of Fear, that any enemy within 5 of him take -2 to their attack rolls. Useful. Meanwhile, the Aura of Obedience means that devils who are bloodied and next to him will begin to slowly die while he leeches their life force, but they will get a bunch of attack and damage bonuses. Currently not relevant for anyone. Then, so just move over here. There's a dragon on the ground. He has advantage. You know, a chance here to do with things. So, the Stinger Tail. Do it. Latch it in there. Yeah. Amy shoot.
The Green Dragon looks over at this situation as if she's worried about Gildenfire, who aided in the grand struggle to defeat the Netheril Empire, who fought Cindermoon. And beside him, Martaine, the chosen of a greater deity. Green Dragon, for her part, lifts off of her perch, and casting her eyes about for any more imps that might come her way, though they are so small. It's just so hard to intercept like so. Why, hello there. Greetings. It's fancy meeting you here. And, this, she's not going to attack the Greater Hellwasp Devil. She's going to go after the Storm Devil with a single PowerPoint augmented Brutal Barrage. One of those will be a crit.
Yeah.
The lowest attack roll will be a 45.
Full hits.
Alright. That will be 36 plus 40, 12 damage. 72 points of damage to the Storm Devil.
Damage to this.
And it falls prone on the Greater Hellwasp.
Means it makes a save. If it
back.
fails, it falls off.
Alright. Remains intact. Huzzah. She chortles at the creature as she bats it with her claws and wings and says, "You cannot possibly hope to stand against me." And as a minor action, will mark. Let's use a single power point, mark them both. That'll be the end of her turn.
Speed. The Legion's Infernal are infinite. You will be overcome. Now or eventually. No, these other devils are not as committed to Berserk, you know. They're really just here to kill these dragons and claim their souls for hell.
That's right. That's right. Look at that beautiful teleport that you get to do without provoking attacks of opportunity or anything. Just poof.
It's incredible.
Nature steps appear in sand.
It feels incredible. Yeah. Yeah. And we'll do a change of seasons. And we'll go to spring. And I guess make a Nature's Wrath attack against 2 targets.
Spring is his radiant attunement, is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh.
Hit and a hit.
Yes, and this
Damage
also
spell.
gets him healing. Let me put it right here.
Yeah. As it begins battering them with the divine power of Sylvanas. You know, really a fight that the devils never planned on taking.
And Aura 5. If they start their turn, they get 15 damage.
15 radiant damage.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when they start their turn in the aura, but sure.
Get up.
Oh, he's in there. Also, Gildenfire has something. If you start within 2 of him, he can slide you 2 squares.
As you want to. Like the devil and Hellwasp.
Well, he can't. He slides them together. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's important.
He's fine. Yeah, he's fine right now.
No reason to pay too much attention to things, given that, you know, we're exploring. As yeah, Hellwasp will try to do its stinger on Gildenfire here. Storm Devil will try to trident. Oh,
You remember all their bonuses, yeah?
it looks like a hit.
Alright. That will hit, yeah.
11 damage, 10 ongoing lightning damage, and dazed.
Gildenfire is dazed.
Not like lightning on the ground with the other trident bleeding from the War Devil. Oh.
Yeah.
This is why everyone hates Devil. On the other side, Emisure gets a similar treatment.
Pass.
Fort Talon.
Also pass.
Natural 20.
Oh my
Damn.
god.
Get
Not a
back.
pass.
23 damage, as it just somehow manages to find a
23
place it
damage.
can poke.
1 plus 11, and then 202 minus 23. Okay, that breaks the Helm of Abel defense.
That's rude.
Gilden Fire. 15 ongoing, and take your turn.
Make one saving throw at the start of its turn against an effect a save can end. I'll do the ongoing 10.
And dazed.
Oh, that they are together?
Okay.
Yeah, save ends both.
Oh. And he has a +5 to save, yeah?
Mhm.
His save button should just factor that in if you just click that.
Oh, he has a save button. Wow,
Yeah.
wow. Fancy. Nope.
Alright.
Well, dazed.
That means he's taking
Alright,
10
15
damage then.
damage.
15 total, and 10 damage.
15. And dazed.
For one action.
Okay.
Well, recharge.
Recharging your breath weapon and then your
Yes.
majestic roar.
Alright. First is breath weapon. Alright, great. I'll do breath weapon. Well, let me just check that this is.
Breath weapon is not friendly.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was checking. Could I do like these?
Bullet.
Alright. Oof. Gilden Fire.
Wounded.
And then 2 saves?
Yep.
Save.
Alright. War Devil.
No more ongoing for me. No dazed either. Oh. Well, I guess I'm still lying down. I forgot.
Shifts over here and claws at Martain. Nova Cree.
It takes damage.
Yeah.
15 for starting within, or 5.
Nova Cree.
Because he's a monster.
It's a range 10 1 minion. Well, that's enough of that shit. Move step. Move action. Nova Cree teleports 5 squares. Poof. Let's go this way. He looks back at the assassin imp. How dare you! 36 versus reflex.
Promptly evaporated.
Okay. Look at the situation here. Well, standard action. Infinite power. First off, Force Volley. It's a range 20, targets up to 3 creatures. We're going to have that be Basarek, the War Devil, and, yeah, the Green Dragon doesn't need help. Let's not insult her. We'll say Storm Devil 1.
Right.
Okay. Doof, doof.
Hit and just a hit.
Alright. Targets are dazed until the end of Nova Cree's next turn.
18 force.
The second attack will be a Ray of Gilded Flame, and that will go on this Bone Devil thing. Seems like a big deal, and perhaps Nova Cree can curry some favor if he resolves that situation. So, Ray of Gilded Flame against Basarek, Twisted Marrow. That'll be 47 because of the combat advantage for 19 damage. To burn the Bone Devil. That will be the end of Nova Cree's turn.
Is dazed. Not much to do then. We'll simply Stinger Tail the. No, he's got someone right next to him.
He takes damage for starting in Martain's aura.
Absolutely right. And then Well, he is an advanced Bone Devil, so let's just go at Martain. His advantage after all. Use the multi-attack action, a single action, that lets him do multiple attacks. None of those hit, however.
Well,
he
did what he could.
Hit
I feel like Martain does that aggravating thing of just like slowly like moving out of the way, you know, just with the most ease.
Each of those could have been followed up by a Stinger Tail, but alas, it was not to be.
When you are dazed, the person you are flanking with is dazed. Yeah. Looks over. Maybe the Bone Devil won't get to see what this Green Dragon can do today.
He was sent home.
Storm Devil. Yeah. Green Dragon looks back at the Storm Devil too. Single power point augmented Brutal Barrage. The lowest attack roll there is a 38.
Rolled a hit.
Okay, that's 36 points of damage, and the Storm Devil 2 is threatened with prone. Hold on!
And sustain the...
Yeah. Move action and minor action are to chortle at the Storm Devil and say, "Yes, well, your legions are not here. I am." And end her turn.
Heals. How much is it? Yeah. Nope, that is not it. Where are you? Is it endless regrowth? Oh yeah, 20 hit points.
Yeah, when he ends his turn, we'll attune to it, so...
Oh, you're right. Well... I... Yeah,
Attack,
I suppose.
Probably just attack, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely. Well, he'll do change of seasons. Now he doesn't have to change the season, so he's not going to. He likes spring, you know. It's the color of the year.
And the Close Burst 2. Poof.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
That was just enough to blow apart the advanced Bone Devil.
Sending him home.
That makes me sad.
I mean, Martain is the chosen of a greater deity.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's how that goes, Harry.
No, okay, but like...
Why are you sad?
He has not done a lot. Okay, this attack, it does hit for what? But like... I was like, when he was bloodied, I was like, wait, why is he already bloodied?
Because Gildenfire and Martain are epic tier creatures.
Yeah.
As is Novacrypt, for that matter.
Yeah, well, I guess that's his turn.
Bloodied Storm Devil.
Takes 15.
Wins.
I want that.
Yes,
I mean, you'll have the aura.
you'll shoot lightning at the end. If he's dazed, that's all he will do. The other one, say, perhaps soon your soul will join us in the more important fight than this. Stab. Or Talon, maybe.
No.
A good attempt, though. I mean,
yeah. The Green Dragon, brushing the trident aside, says, "If I were to join, I'd start a higher rank than you."
Objectively true.
No.
Nope. Round.
No, he'll stand up. This is a little bit undignified.
Devils.
And, well, just see here. All right. Well, do his other one on the wasp and the storm devil. It's a ranged attack,
Poof.
and I guess I'll roll again. There you go. Ooh, wow.
Poof.
20 and 20. So it's double crits.
Yeah. Crit on both of them.
Boy.
40, 10 plus 8 is 48 damage.
Hmm.
48 fire radiant damage for them both. And they're restrained.
Yeah, and there's created a zone that lasts until the end of the encounter.
Any creature that
Just
starts
stop
within
the
this
turn.
zone takes 4d10 fire and radiant.
Yeah, and then I'll be smug for the rest of the time.
Devil. Claude, my
Take 15.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take 10. Effective
Oh.
turn. Okay. Nova Cree.
Nova Cree laughs with glee. And given the situation and the control, especially these two, he doesn't really belong over there. I mean, that's not really an insult. He's gonna go, wants to be visible for his chosen patron. So he'll fly over here. Neither of them are minions. Infinite power! His first move is to fling a Chaos Bolt at the Storm Devil one.
Chaos.
Chaos!
What?
15 psychic damage, and the target's potentially
no.
pushed 2 squares.
He will spread out his own wings and safely glide to the ground. But in the opposite.
How dare you! Ray of Gilded Flame at the Storm Devil's back.
Alright, yeah. So much fire radiant.
Resist this.
Scorched by the blast.
The Brass Prince's turn ends. Well, Green Dragon is not frustrated. She is alone now with the Greater Hellwasp Devil, which means that she has combat advantage, which means she can move freely. As she pirouettes away from the Greater Hellwasp Devil to land adjacent to the Storm Devil. Figuring Nova Cree's got that Hellwasp. And a single power point. Brutal Barrage. For 36 points of damage and prone.
Smashed into the sand and buried.
Right. That is the end of the Green Dragon's turn.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Ugh.
he'll get to have some fun, and then he'll heal to full hit points.
You know, that is right.
As the chosen of a greater deity does.
I guess he'll just use Nature's Wrath, you know?
Why not? Oh, yes.
50 versus 40.
Yeah.
That
And
hits.
then he'll heal. 20.
Aha.
Ah.
So changes his target, shoots lightning and Gilded Fire.
Oh, they'll hit.
And how dare you realize the gold dragon's an easier target with reflex?
Right.
The dragon can. Also, the dragon seems more motivated.
Oh, also he takes damage, right?
Yeah, sure.
40
yeah.
tens?
Well, you actually wouldn't get hit because he doesn't have that many hit points.
Oh. Well,
And the
never
4d10.
mind.
And the 4d10.
Oh, wait, I did that on Martain also. I'm sorry, Martain. That was not nice.
That was not nice. There you go.
And do I need to roll the 40-10?
Yep. Wasp. Not much wasp left over there.
All right. Recharge. Yes.
Yes.
No. Yes. Oh. Oh, the breath is back. So breathe. On the wasp.
It misses.
Oh. Well,
12 damage.
yeah. Take that. Yeah, I mean, he's got his nice zone over there. He's good, really.
Guy
Takes 15.
sucks his claw. Not particularly intelligent. He's sort of berserker rage charges at people.
Against who?
Mate.
Oh, no, they'll not hit.
Overbreathe.
That worked out well. Infinite power! Behold the power of chaos, Hell Wasp! Shoves it, pushes it down.
How much?
It's fine. Then follows up, trying to singe the wings with a ray of gilded flame. Doing alright with these rolls, Novacree. Good job. And flies to this flies up here, cackles, lands.
I think we can. I think I'm ready to call this fight. That's how it's gonna go.
Alright.
As I mean, the remaining enemies can. Technically, they're supposed to challenge for. They're level 23. The wasps on the level here, so you know they're 5 levels below you, but just in the interest of time as well. And you can finish them off,
Yes.
banish them. Contingent this battle that once would have been pretty dangerous for the dragons to engage in.
Very much so.
Rendered. So, you know, they'll be back. Yeah.
Dragon looks a raid destruction. Bobs her head. She's not actually interested in stopping right now. She says, "Let us go then." And, looks to head for where she believes the ritual main room is, where she was not permitted to go.
Not even subtle, right?
Yeah, not even subtle. Yeah, I wonder where it could be.
Big blinking arrow.
Ritual over here.
Yes.
Middle most important spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I mean, the allies will follow.
Revealing a big coffin, in here. Though, I mean, it's a dusty big coffin. It doesn't seem easy to move or have been moved anytime recently, though. I think we can say with a little investigation and a little forward thinking, she'll figure out that yes, you can indeed move this, and yes, there is indeed a passage under it, going to where she would want to go.
What?
But it's far too heavy for any baby dragon to move at all. 30 athletics check, so.
It's a good thing we have Novacree with a strength of 17.
No, he's not gonna do it.
And a large dragon and a huge dragon.
Yeah, basically you'll be fine, right?
Yes, I like it.
But again, this
I like all this stuff designed to stop baby dragons.
or young ones, or or people who are at Paragon tier would have a real life-threatening time.
It would.
But high epic tier, stop the demigods. No, that's not what this is meant to do. Because the anticipation
dragons
is that
we're not supposed to get this powerful.
Yeah. as what is revealed behind it is a much newer passage. Much newer than the current one. Not new by any means. Dug magically out of the sort of darkened dirt down there, not made to look pretty or fancy at all, hidden and now revealed for the first time in a very long time, since no other creatures really need to go through here without just teleporting or like earth gliding.
I have never seen this before.
Novakri looks disgusted. Ugh.
Gets to the chamber.
They didn't even put flooring in here.
The Chamber of Precipice. Perhaps an
No
eerie,
carpet.
perhaps an eerie sort of moment there of slight waiting as the chamber is sort of strangely bulges out, and then just continues. However, it would appear that whoever came before was made to dismantle whatever was here, or at least the purpose does not appear clear at the moment. So, it simply continues on.
Yep, Green Dragon squints and presumes this was the meddling of the undead stone giant in some fashion. Before progressing onward.
You get to a chamber that is rather large and rather tall. Well, I will be describing to you, but that I move the we'll see. As you see here, we're getting close to some other rituals. Yeah. What does a Missouri Liquideur see? Cool. Document. Here we are. A large earthen chamber, not lit by anything in particular, but somehow not dark or gloomy either. It has the effects of low light. It sort of has an eerie pale illumination to it. In the far end of the room is a large stone portal built in the Thayan style. Beyond that, there isn't really much here. The earth and dirt is magically carved as the rest of it, and appears solid enough to hold even through an earthquake. And hardened. The only thing of note, is also quite of note, is a very tall, sort of large, almost giant size, but certainly a bit smaller than that would be, statue made of a white, smooth material. It has sort of a slight complexion like you would expect from marble, but it definitely isn't marble, but rather some sort of magical material. Who knows? It appears smooth, and depicts a very tall, sort of elongated human figure, as if you took a person and sort of stretched them a bit taller than they are. Long arms, long neck, long face, but no other facial features at that. As you look at it, you get this distinct feeling that it is aware. In the same way that if someone watches you from your back, you can almost feel their eyes looking at you. Though it's not eyes, it's just the knowledge that it knows that you're here. It is aware of what's happening around it. Though there's certainly no way that it's moving or doing anything to make you, to give you any indication of that. Simply a strange perception. It is clear that it's magical, though without, arcane identification, you would not be able to say much about it.
I mean, you got an epic mage right here.
He just fucking burst through everyone to
Magic shit. Let me, my mistress.
The portal in the back does
It would be
appear
an
to
honor.
active. Not open, but active. It could be.
Dovahkier will look at the statue.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
And
What does his elf eye see?
you know,
Eladrin eye see?
yeah, he sees the big elongated statue. Again, clearly, it feels as if it's aware, but has no ability to do anything ever.
Is it a scrying thing or
No. Casting an identification ritual. You know, we'll assume he does. He's high enough level, that's trivial. Reveals that this is an item of several properties. It is an artifact level thing. It has the property of planar connection. Basically, it is a bridge to a different plane. Beyond that, it has a very powerful aura of necromancy and divine sources. A knowledgeable I mean, this is probably not something Novacree might notice, but I think maybe Gildenfire might have the knowledge to say that this is definitely sculpted in the late Imaskari Artifice period. Meaning it was during the time when they were at war with the Mulhorandi gods. Like thousands of years back.
Oh, wow.
It has a very simple property, which is made readily available to you, and that is that anyone who is dying and placed against or in the vicinity of the statue, say in this room, will have their soul drawn out of them and into the statue. What the statue does with it, it does not readily inform you of.
Would that include if you died in the chamber with the Bone Devil?
No.
Oh, okay.
This vicinity specifically. The statue, given that it has a portal planar connection, an Novacree might cast an identify portal ritual on it, which certainly would be sufficient to gain a portal like key code. Basically, what you need to put into your own portal to connect it with one of the portals within the plane. It seems that if that is done, you can, even if there isn't any portals to the plane, you can then construct one to get in there. Though the thing doesn't actually tell you where you end up. You would simply be making a portal and then hoping it goes somewhere nice. Always scary.
Huh.
Green Dragon. Spend some time squinting at the statue, squinting at the portal back to the statue, listening to Novacree, squinting at the statue, listening to Gildenfire, and then speculatively, moves up to the statue and, taps the artifact with her claw to see if it, responds to, her in particular, given how the ritual is constructed.
She touches it. It's smooth to the touch. Sort of like porcelain. It appears like impossibly hard. Doesn't move at all. Beyond that, if she puts a little pressure on there, you would expect it to wobble a little bit or be pushed over, but it appears fixed in space.
That was going to be a follow question, whether this thing even registered her weight at all.
It seems to sort of be just here. Perhaps not even needed to stand on the ground. It might just float if you dig under it. And again, it readily informs you that any soul that is released nearby will be brought inside it. That is a property it desires for people to know when they are interacting with it. But yes, in essence, it is a wondrous magic item of artifact level with necromancy and divine. Gildenfire, and I'll have him give a little context here. I don't think he specifically knows anything about the Imeskari, but I feel it's useful to provide it. So he'll say, the Imeskari, this thing, they created it. That much I'm sure. Very old then. But beyond that, they had no gods. They swore off the gods and led a war trying to kill all of them. Their mages were at a power where the divine was challenged and the pantheon was forced to unite to stop them. He also pokes at it with a claw. The Thayans now have learned much from their ruins, for in the end they lost, and their empire was shattered.
It is my understanding Yaffle chose this particular site after considerable investigation into where would be a suitable place to anchor her ritual. There have been numerous peculiarities through these mountains. A city with ominous portents left behind on the walls themselves, I know the Thayans had interest in. The translation of tablets, which I do still recall. Furthermore, there is an occurrence, a movement engineered by the sway of the Illithids below, where every so often there is an alignment, and those who wish to craft may come to the valley and do so. For greater insight and power. I would suspect Yaffle made use of that in what she has created. Beyond, sort of looking at the portal, would lead to, as Novacree described it, a manifestation of how the ritual would wish for its properties and purposes to be interpreted.
It appears somewhat incomplete, doesn't it?
Yes. The Twisted Marrow did not tell us of the properties of this statue, and I am struggling to understand what its purpose would be in that. We were informed that as soon as Yaffle reached the site, in any reincarnation, if she ever made it to the ritual chamber, she would remember. And her soul is always drawn to this place. And so she would eventually find it. I do not know what purpose the statue serves.
Analyze it. With a bit of insight of his own. He is magically skilled. I suppose it could, given what we saw within, the ritual tablet appeared to, well, the lines of power suggested that a lot of power was being moved from it. Let's just edit. Could be possible that the power source, though vast, is to some degree finite. Souls can be provided here, and then the power can be used to empower individuals or shape rituals or whatever else. I suppose it's a battery. Arcane. It's definitely a thing, and not an anachronistic way to describe something.
Yeah, he says that.
Fucking
Yeah,
fire was
that's
saying.
also in there.
Some sort of idol, perhaps. People who do not have gods will need divine power from somewhere, but a thing of this ability would have to sacrifice thousands, maybe millions of people. Though, given what I know of the Imaskari and the things they constructed, the things we have left over, it does sound they could do, particularly in the latter part of their time. Their empire was vast enough that their people stretched across, well, perhaps even to here. That said, I could not imagine that this thing would have been found here. Means there's some way to move it.
Green Dragon looks up at the ceiling of the room, then at the floor, and presses like a claw against the statue again, and says, "Move it, you say? Hmm. There's no other sort of magic that's working to anchor it in place, right? It's just this statue."
It appears to be self-contained.
Okay.
I mean, so let's paraphrase a little bit here. With what this appears to be, the statue, it has the power to absorb, souls of any kind, really, bring them into it. It doesn't have any obvious use, at least for those souls. It doesn't say what it does with them beyond just bring them into it. You know that it has a ritual tablet within that allows some of this power to then be brought outside again, and used for various purposes.
Like it's been made clear that Yaffle took this statue and then spun a whole sort of ritual to convert draconic essence and filter it through the statue.
Now, we don't have exact knowledge of that ritual yet, but yes, that is correct. Now it is of Imaskari make. Certainly correct, certainly from the latter Imaskari Empire. Though it also identified itself to Besiktrix as Imaskarkana, which is a certain type of Imaskari artifice. That has been used by Yaffle. Probably correctly in this valley because it allowed for the casting of rituals that were actually beyond her.
Yaffle's creation and the modifications created by the Undead Stone Giant are within this statue, and the portal would lead there. The statue itself, with what Yaffle has created, takes energy from me, from the other dragons, and gives it to Yaffle to fuel her reincarnations. And with the edits of the Stone Giant, to him as well, for his own purposes. I am prohibited by what the Undead Stone Giant did, within the ritual particulars, from damaging what Yaffle created. But I do not know whether that would extend to this work itself outside, though I do not know how I could pierce it. And she taps a leg with a claw. If I could chip it or chisel it in some way, or if the sorcery could be pierced, if but a moment. If there could be some form of energy leak or temporary disruption, that could begin to unravel the ritual. if nothing else, draw the undead stone giant to here to see what has happened.
Theoretically, you could, if whatever ritual is beyond used enough power, you could drain it. Suspect if it's empty, all the soul power within is gone, then it would be simply inert until someone added more. So, given the power it has, that is likely theoretical. I think Nova Cree's response is probably just to like glance at it and probably like try to step back and, blast it. I think.
Mm-hmm.
He's a sorcerer. It comes natural to just wield the mighty power he's been given. Blast it with a force volley. Damage. Not that impressive, but yeah, it lays into it. Montaigne is not arcane. That's not what he does. He is fairly smart. He has been gaining a lot of knowledge about things. He'll probably just add that erosion is non-functional. It seems that this thing could weather the world eternally. But I suppose that much might be clear simply from its age. Glance up the creepy features of it.
Even if nature were to be dropped on top of it, it would endure. She then squints her eyes, looks around the room, and says, "So it can weather the natural, for magic is part of the world. And although there is currently no god or goddess of magic, it remains integral. And it was only the chaos brought by the spell plague which destabilized magic. So one way to go about harming the statue would be through something unnatural?"
Nods. I think, as far as I can tell, it traces the outline of the room. This size is not random. It is the extent by which this thing creates its own power source. I think if you learned how to do it, while in this chamber, you might well be able to reach out and wield it. He gestures to it, as if many people would wield the weave. Self-contained, it uses a divine power source of the immortal souls of mortals to create arcane magic. A way, I suppose, to utilize divine ritual without the use of gods. It's likely survived the spell plague only because it's not connected to the weave. Thus, whatever happened would not have targeted it. Though I suspect, had we the blue flame, it might. I have not seen something that has been unscathed. He glances to Imishir with it, but surely you cannot be thinking of that. Him and it and you have, Said beyond that, it consumes souls, and though I am loath to the idea of feeding it, who knows what sort of strange souls might be out there. What they could not have prepared for in their time. He seems uncomfortable with the whole idea, I think Nova Cree is probably more still fascinated about the thought of draining power from it to fuel his spells.
She said, "Where Cicatrix keeps a pet beholder, and I thought to entice that beholder here to attempt to damage the statue. However, yes, I do believe bringing unnatural elements into this room would be how I would explore unraveling the power. There are many creatures that do not fear me, which dwell beneath this land. The immense enclave of Illithids, of Mind Flayers, and their eldritch deity. Yes, if I were to bring enough of those abominations in here and slay them,
is perhaps more okay with this than he normally would be, because it's not, spreading blue fire around the world again, which was what he thought, where he thought this was going.
I mean, there was the was
So-
the tease on it, right?
Yeah, so he'll probably just say it would also, in the worst case, serve to remove a whole lot of those things from the world. Trying to convince himself it's a good idea. Again, I don't think Novacree has a big opinion on that. As Matane just glances to Anisure, I think he vaguely knows what those things would be. Not like Sylvanas has a lot of sway in the Underdark, really. Unnatural place by the sheer nature of it. Basically, all of them would be somewhat out of their depth with Illithids.
Yeah. Of course, the Green Dragon would be. This Green Dragon would be like, "Fuck yeah, abominations! I knew it. Come back, lure the fucking obelisk over here."
What if I put that thing in top of it?
Yes, let's give them, infinite arcane power.
Only if they win.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't have to poison it anymore.
Walks around the thing. Again, it has this creepy sense that it knows you're here, so it doesn't. Just why make it appear as a person? Whatever this is supposed to be. Certainly doesn't look like what they did. They were human. Not that it particularly matters, but he wonders.
Right.
Yeah, that would probably be a way you could mess with it. You could put something in there, see what happens.
It's what they call experimental science.
The thing,
God.
the thing also, it runs on its own power source, so messing with the power source is certainly a way to make things weird. Beyond that, okay. Blue flame, any sort of weird effect in this field here probably would be attempted to be suppressed by this statue, as it basically it creates its own field of magic for its own rules of nature, if you will. But if there probably are things out there that it could not account for in its creation.
She says, "I do not have much time. It is not Bassarek's return, I fear, nor is it the hopeful adventurers I have sought to entice here that would concern me. For any answer they would find in potential destruction would serve my ends as well. It would be the undead stone giant returning to this curiosity. Yaffel's departure from this plane may have caused some tension in the ritual for the work he does as well. And if I am going to delve into the Underdark, hunting aberrants to slay in this room, his undead minions will learn of it. And there is no other place I can acquire them in sufficient quantities. I will need to go down there. Sort of like size. It sounds like work, but then again, like, where the hell else is she gonna get him from? It's like the closest path to like derailing this ritual. She can't break the thing. She's not unnatural. She's not very strict.
Everyone here is happy they have a natural soul that can't be fed to this thing right now. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's yeah, they not a lot of aberrants around, as it turns out. But yeah. Bit agitated, I think. It's I'll give you whatever aid I can while I can. And the plan for this stone giant, is it to lower him here and then face him?
Green Dragon says, he is capable of melding through the very rock of this valley. I have faced him before with the others. We caught him by surprise. He did not expect our power. It was lucky. We forced his retreat. I did not wish to face him at all, but I am in the position where I feel compelled that I must. But I do not know how to do so, because I would need to separate him from the land itself, so he could not flee from me.
That glances at the portal. That might be possible. Whatever is behind that, not connected to the land at all. So perhaps there could be a better way. Certainly the problem of something like that escaping, whenever the fight turns against it, would be a concern. Much like a dragon normally would.
Yes. Destabilize the ritual, and then fight him within the ritual after it's been destabilized. Within the statue itself. The dragon just sort of like there's like part of me that's like, that fucking sounds wicked. What a fucking epic scene that would be.
As a Gildenfast says, also sort of nods. Suppose if he is heavily invested, he would seek it out to fix whatever is wrong. I would not see a way to do that from here. This figurine can only claim souls. No way to interact with it beyond that. Rather, it invites you inside. Portal. He doesn't like the idea of going in there,
You see her looks at the portal. They don't seem like they're curious to investigate, though Novigrad could probably spend 1,700 years in there, right?
He'd do it. I mean, the others, honestly, this is old, like, creepy magic, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely evil to harvest, million people into some sort of a battery, so that you can use it to battle the people's gods that you harvested. That's not nice, and neither Matane nor Gildenfast like to play around with necromancy or aberrant horde patients. They would certainly help the story, but they're not eager to be like, so hey guys, should we just go in?
Yeah. Green Dragon looks at Novigrad and says, Novigrad, I know you were so eager when I showed you the innards before. Why don't you just spend your time within? With unfettered access. While I take care of affairs in trying to unravel what has been created. Perhaps you will see something further than the brief glimpse you got.
You'll probably say something sniveling like, your wish, of course, is my service. Not focusing on the fact that he really wants to.
Yeah.
But that he's being a good servant.
He can't even hide it though.
No.
Like, it's so
He
obvious.
leaves immediately,
Yeah,
go and like
because he's a good servant.
find a way to insert himself into this whole thing.
When Morsigatrix does come back and just like heads into like her
There's
through
a
her
new
portal,
layer.
and just sees like Novacree there.
There's a new layer on the tablets. Who is this?
That would be
I
some
just
shit.
learned Thayan, now it's all translated to Eladrin.
His magic like symbol being, I don't know, sports car.
Dragon says, I am thankful to you both for coming and providing insight that I thought you would be able to, that I could not see for myself.
If you need more destruction of these devils, I'm glad to aid you. Beyond that, let me show you. When the time comes to face this undead monstrosity, you can count on me for that as well.
I am glad I did not call that favor in too soon then. I thought it had been spent, she says jokingly.
Killing Fire just sort of, looks aloof for a moment, says, I am a generous. He like glances down, shaking his head at like,
Jesus.
That is how many people treat him. Ancient Elder Gold Dragon.
I will hunt the aberrations then. And I know just the resource to help me obtain them. In droves. And she sort of like rolls and like cracks the bones in her body. Thinking of the Duragar civilization down there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And who might be willing to actually export aberrations up here to her? Imagine a world where someone paid you to ship aberrations to them.
We just, like, if you need any aid with that, I suppose I have time.
Yeah. Why not? We'll go crack some skulls. Mind flayers are really potent, but they're not gonna fucking expect like some chosen of a greater deity and some immune to days of dominated dragon.
Yeah, those two things are what they like to do. Stunned as well. But, what are you gonna?
All right. It never ended up using my daily powers. We ride.
We ride. Yes. Tomorrow the devils will be back. Oh, maybe not tomorrow, but
that bastard. Given his respawn rates, who knows?
They didn't secure the entire dungeon. There's still a couple imp nests left, but they weren't really relevant for us anymore. Nor were a couple of barbed devils in the narrower tunnels, and of course the chamber where the pit fiend would stay. But he's not here, and the barbed devils are too low level to even be minions for.
Yes. I believe I made the right choice coming here while Pit Fiend wasn't here. I think that was a good choice.
He is a challenge.
So I suppose that's what I'll do moving forward with the story as we drag on, and Morsigatrix is still in bureaucracy hell, perhaps for the next 37 sessions at this point. Yeah.
Not even a day.
Like, this session was 2 days, Ari. I looked at the time and went, damn, we really...
Yeah.
It's gonna be 2. The psionic operatives I pulled back. Gonna wield them. The Duragar, Dunsphyryn. Gonna invoke them. And we're gonna go monster hunting. We're gonna cart them up to the surface, into the Serpent Valley, into the ritual, to the statue, and kill them there.
When the world hunts illithids, the Gith people do. But
that's why I was interested in a potential.
They like Tiamat.
They do like Tiamat. Yeah.
Well, there's Gith Yankee and Gith Zerai. Okay, Eric. One of the
Okay.
flavors is cool with Tiamat and does like dragon riding, and the other flavor does not.
Well, I mean, we know which flavor is best.
Against
Don't-
Sarai, don't.
Yeah, it's the anti Tiamat flavor.
But
Meh.
yeah, that's the plan. I mean, it's a
Can't say
crazy
this is
plan.
one of- Yeah, I can't say this is one of the dumbest plans I've ever made, but this is certainly
You know what? Right now, it's blessed for Vercingetorix that she doesn't know what's going on. I
But
feel
then,
she would have a lot of problems with just about everything. But she doesn't know. She's learning Thayan, like saying
right.
hello.
adding that as a language.
Yeah.
it seemed like a year of cram school.
But she's got nothing else
Motivated
to do.
dragon,
She's
yeah.
not even getting hungry or have to sleep or. Like, this is a weird.
Yeah, it's true. Time is hard to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope you still enjoyed mostly listening, maybe learning some new stuff here.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Good information.
Definitely.
Yeah. And throwing down with some devils who honestly hoped you would have shown up like 8 levels ago. You
Yeah.
know, that would have been a bit of a different story. But
Oh, well. You know.
We would have run into the same problem there, though. How the fuck are we gonna
oh yeah.
if Yaffle were here on this prime material plane, I'd just haul her there and chuck her into the room and say, "Here you go." But
Let's
she's
have
not.
the fight. Do it.
It doesn't have to be a fight. Mommy said there didn't have to be a fight.
Good.
Right. I listened to the Stones. I'm sure I can trust Mom.
Yes, she seems like a nice lady.
That niceness doesn't have to do anything. Trust.
Yeah, she's likely going to be very disoriented when she. Or it is that
Good.
she's going to not just be given her own memories, but also all of the lives that she has led. So, the first day back is going to be a bit of a mess, but that's how it goes when you get reincarnated.
Let me unpack this. So, dragons, yes. Pain. And all these other people I was before. Yeah. Find some tyrants down there, some eye tyrants. Disintegrate this for me, and I will let you go free.
Just imagine being at a power level where you say that to an eye tyrant. What is the scary come? Freaking dragons. Like, I'll go catch a handful of beholders and drag him here in a chain by the eyeball and tell him, disintegrate it now, go. And he's gonna be like, please, sir, please.
That's one of the things that I enjoy about the game, and I want to have more sessions to enjoy more. Being this stupid dragon with only dragon concerns, who just does things that dragons would do. That if you were an adventuring party, you go, what? No.
Justification for having all these weird dungeons for dragons where they have the beholder pit. It's like, why does he have beholder pit? Because sometimes you need to try to dissolve an artifact that you can't otherwise destroy. You'd be adventurous, you'd be raiding a dungeon, you'd find a pit with 3 beholders chained to the walls, all staring at the same weird statue. And you'd go, what is this? It says, well, the statue says it wants souls. You're, oh. What do we do? What's the context here? Well, the dragon, you don't know. The dragon probably just wanted to get rid of it, but you don't know that, so sure you're gonna think it's some weird puzzle. Who chains down 4 beholders? Crazy.
How are the chains strong enough to hold down the beholders if they could disintegrate things?
Yeah. Each eyeball is locked in place.
That's what it is, right? One of the
Beholders
beholders
are the
says,
best.
"Free us, and we will spare you." Ah!
Yes, we are ever merciful.
Don't make us look at the statue anymore. And you got to do like
Yeah.
a puzzle thing where you got to go. It's like one of those spy beam things with the eyeball beams that are locked in place. You got to sort of dodge and jump around them.
No, free me. The other two would slay you.
Yeah, only one of us would tell the truth. I say,
No!
it is me.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a
God.
riddle. That's how it becomes.
The
Yeah,
answer
exactly.
is don't trust the beholder. Damn it.
I've had great success, honestly.
No. Oh,
No, this is definitely gonna be a big mess. Is what this is.
This path to derailing the ritual is so dumb. This is what happens when the green dragon's left alone and solve the problem.
the easiest way would just be let it to solve itself. But for that, I need to start a fire for the thing to burn. So, all right.
Yeah.
Power makes
would
right. Only as destruction is the truth revealed. What was it with Cicatrix? One was again something about
See it done is where
Yeah.
Cicatrix.
Yes.
Till Raxos' strength moves the world. Veristrix' my will becomes
that's
reality.
the one. Yeah, it's all about enforcing your will upon the universe. Yeah. Very will strong.
And then there's Emmy.
Who is as the dragon godmother, as corpulent and roly poly she used to be, is channeling the other dragons.
Yeah,
What if
Yeah.
they did it?
exactly.
Basically, all of them yelling, "I'll get it done," and she says, "Yeah,
Great.
that's good. That's nice. That's cool."
Imagine her as like, as they were like kid dragons, like, I bet Telraxus can do it faster than you, Valignif. And then they both try to do it, and it's like, ha ha ha.
See, the thing is that like everyone just assumed the green dragon was lazy. But what if the green dragon's actual way of solving problems was the most cataclysmic?
I feel like we're seeing it now. I'm like, wait, what?
I mean, I try to run things in a way that makes sense, but sometimes, like this, like what does make sense? Like, what's the precedence for this in the realms? And it's harder and harder now. But we see what's there, and then we let fate decide to some degree how things go.
No, I don't think it was written about in the Faerunian books for Forgotten
I
Realms
need
what
to
would
go to
happen in
that,
this.
like Lord Twitter. So, in my campaign, this is happening.
You make an account on Reddit just to like theory craft this out.
I don't know. I enjoy it, honestly. It's at the end. Chaos makes me have to improvise and think, and that's fun. As long as it's not like, let's go to this dungeon in Neverwinter tomorrow. I gotta make a dungeon in Neverwinter now.
The Black Obelisk, here you go.
But like this stuff, right? We could have just skipped the dungeon. The combat wasn't really dangerous. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, well,
Just
it
to
was
see
nice
it
to
and-
have the perspective.
We're done with it, right? You've grown a lot. And this is the kind of defense that's what you would encountered if you had come here earlier. Similar, but a bit less. More. But a bit faded would have been even.
That's right. The right choice was made.
Yes.
It's not like we could have solved any of the problems if we had come sooner anyway. But now with me here, the problems can be solved.
A bit different problem.
Yeah, you're right. It will be a different problem.
It just I'm just looking forward to like the time where Cicatrix like pops back into reality and like tilts her head, like she's getting used to the fact that no gear sounds are being played. Like something seems off. Like just like passes it off. She goes about her business. The next day, man, this is just weird here. Has it really been a year? It just slowly creeps in her mind that, did something happen to the ritual?
I think that would be one of the first, like, coming back, like, having been gone so long, that would be one of her first, like, okay, has this impacted the ritual?
Huh. I mean,
Right?
Yaffle
Everything
was
has
with
been
her.
gone. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Or has the Death King been tampered with while I was gone? Like, you know. It turns out it's Emmy who's been tampering.
So you wink back into reality in fucking Zymbia. You travel back to Westgate. Well, the Green Dragon showed up twice. She said you were dead, and then said you were on a different plane and would probably be back. Which is good because we thought you'd be back. The Green Dragon went into your inner sanctum. We don't know why or what she did when she was there. What the fuck? You go down there, then when you find Nova Korean.
She's never moved faster. Just like,
what did she take? What did she steal?
No.
Is everything still there?
she probably dog-eared all the pages of my books like some crazy psycho.
I should have never told her the portal was down there.
Yeah.
And then when you enter, it's Nova Korea, who's like set up a little cot and is just
Great.
like, scrutinizing the tablets.
I built a portal to my own home.
Yes, I'm most distraught that he can't use his castle here.
It's magical.
Do not fear, Lady of Murder, oh mighty and terrible you are. I did not use the portal contained within your lair to enter. I used the portal within the Serpent Valley. You what?
It's fine. It was not that hard, really. Anyone could do it. Yeah.
What?
Also, anyone will. There's a lot of adventurers there.
What? But that place was very verbal. Oh, we will remove that. We? Yes, the Chosen of Sylvanas, the Archdruid of Myliki, and my Mistress of Izorelidra there. What? Yes, we fought and slayed this bone devil that was there. Really easy. Could have done it myself. I hear he's
easily,
back now.
Definitely.
But I would not go back there. There are many adventurers there, Lady Murder. They have been promised untold riches. Not as much as we have, of course, but still.
Yeah, I'm just afraid that Jaffle's reincarnation will show up after we're done, and it's just like, I'll wake up, it's like, alright, I gotta fly back, and then midway there, she'll make it here, fuck. But she'll be in Cormyr, so, hopefully not.
That's right. She'll come with she'll come with an expedition of paladins who are traveling south to deal with the undead.
With the Death King.
That's right. Then she will be lured by the idea of the Serpent Valley and this supposed ritual and what could be there.
They'll say it's great power and 900,000 gold.
And
honestly, that's the sum that makes some people go, "Oh no, that's not for us."
yeah, absolutely.
Ooh.
So 900,000 gold pieces, a suite of magic items, and a boon from this green dragon.
I do not have that much money anymore.
That is not in my pay grade.
That seems like
the Cicatrix might take you up on it.
So, need healing potions.
Yeah, they're expensive. 900,000 and magic items? Hey.
She goes into the potion shop. The guy, the voluptuous guy behind the bar leans forward, his gold rings full of gems and diamonds. Says, more. What'll it be? Favorite customer?
Yes, you get all those benefits, Black Dragon, if you just destroy the ritual.
All you gotta do.
Yep.
I mean, that's my plan anyway.
Except
now I'm
quest.
getting paid.
No,
yeah, it'll be a big there'll be a big shock when she comes back.
Things have changed.
The Green Dragon took initiative. What? I've never want her to take initiative again.
It's the thing, man. It's like normally that's the thing. She's trying to get Emmy to be interested in doing something, and now she's like, and then she comes back. She's like, "What she did?" And then it's just like, "Why did she do all the wrong things? All these things that I particularly did not want her to do."
Secrecy's for suckers. That's what she said.
It'd be like the Green Dragon would say, like, "Well, I took 10 days to contemplate everything and wait to see whether you'd return. You did not. No, none of the other dragons showed up to resolve the situation. I did not know whether the situation would worsen here, given what I felt when Yaffle was separated from this plane. So I chose to take action, fearing that you were dead."
And calling all the adventurers here? I did not know what would happen, so I called a bunch of random people here.
Yes, they will work to distract the undead stone giant. You were concerned about provoking him, and in light of so many interested parties who will be able to blow past the Bone Devil heading to the ritual site, he will have no choice but to pay attention. And then, when he's there, when he goes into the ritual site, we corner him there and slay him when he cannot
Yes, and then he'll wake up with his 2 phylacteries that are elsewhere.
How do you know they'll work across the planar distances?
I mean, hopefully not. Or maybe this statue will suck out his soul, you know? Well, I guess he doesn't have it.
Well, no one's tried dying inside the statue before, so...
So yes, in matter of fact, if you rub a phylactery against the statue, it will simply take the soul out of it. Doesn't have to destroy a phylactery. One way you could destroy that old Thayan Lich that's still locked in the basement of the Fane.
Yeah, Ganazar would be distraught.
Then again,
we
have to
can see his phylactery from Zastan. You could go talk to that Thayan Lich that's trapped down there in the dragon. You know, why don't we just free him at this point, right? After everything he learned and knows. What could happen?
No.
My lord, you will not believe what I am discussing. Silence!
So Villic is sort of in a war with Thay at the moment.
Let them have their civil war.
Yaffle, the divine Zolkir of divination, I discover the truth.
It's all here. It's all here. The plan is still in effect. They're coming for you. And he's like, they what? Nuke it from orbit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, more of those 11 chosen I took. Let's
form. Now I know that if he nukes her from the orbit, the statue will remain in existence.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah.
He doesn't do divination. He doesn't ask questions.
I just love the idea of the entire mountainside disappearing and like the statue is left and like the rubble.
Nothing.
Just anchored there. Like, did you see that bizarre statue floating in midair?
Why is it looking so gross?
Yeah, elongated, emaciated individual.
Is it like made of some kind of Slender Man?
I guess.
Yeah. Oh, but there was an alternate universe where I put the blue fire in this room.
Lit it on blue fire. Burns all the magic. That would be some bonfire, though. I mean, you saw what happened with saw what happened to Starmantle.
I did.
Even the portal that was...
God, the desperation my dragon would have to feel for that. Like,
it was actually drawing power through it to just spray it out. You know?
Like, the consequences for this are most assuredly terrible, right? For me, right?
I mean, one of the laboratories, was in what's now the Landsmouth. So that didn't go so well for that one either.
That's true.
I figured there would have to be
power that's inside this thing.
There would have to be some kind of defense against at least smaller portions of the flame. Like, she didn't know about the spell plague.
you'd have to actively put it in there.
Yeah.
And you know, the thing about divination, and new characters would be able to figure it out. Divining past the spell play was nigh impossible. In fact, Yaffle is the only documented person to have ever done so. And she died. So
Yeah.
it you know, it's not. You don't really know what happened during the spell play. Just that it was going to be real bad.
Right. So she couldn't know that, at least.
Some sort of massive calamity, which
Yeah,
she
that's
could prepare
what's
for. Various tablets, multiple locations. You know, a self-contained demi-plane where the dragons could be hatched. A lot of things you could do to try to weather that, but at some point it can't.
Right.
control
That
everything.
makes sense.
And her divination powers has always been her greatest abilities, which of course takes some time to cast. It's like a couple hours to do some rituals. Then she has caught her bearings, but when she just reappears, that's disorienting. You know.
So when you think about it, Ari, and you can hear right now the wheedling voice of me, like to convince you. Manikai has already confirmed that Yaffle's existence is an abomination anyway. I'm just solidifying that for advantages for my character in combat.
Yeah. No, she is an aberration, you know. So it's gonna be great.
Makes me
I'm
less
just
likely
gonna
to
sit
spare
down,
her.
actually.
If she had not had God's Soul, then no one would have cared about her amalgamate number of subtypes, and thus no one would have made her or reclassified her existence.
Oh, hey! You're welcome.
But that is a consequence, because they want order, and that is not. This ritual is very much not in line.
Now I feel like she just have all subs, like all the like subtitles of like what you can be, just
I mean,
all of them.
basically, what they looked at the list. It's like check one. You know, what's your what are you? And there was multiples, and so they just put in
It's
a
like-
line under other. Like,
Just say like, I choose not to identify as any of these types.
my type of being is beyond your classification, and
Ooh,
that's
you
just
don't tell
not how
that to-
works. You will fit, and you will be made to, even if they gotta mess you up a little bit. Do so. Because if you
Very.
don't, then they begin having a big problem, and then they have to remove you from existence. That's it can't be.
But Ari, all this stuff that happened today was important story worth telling. Next session, I think we're gonna get you out of there.
Yeah, it
I
seems
have
like
fun. I mean, I like the role playing.
ready for the 2 months of the emissary delving into the Underdark.
Yeah, yeah,
with Mate,
definitely.
with bonding.
Maybe then I'll have a company name. You know.
I did not foresee what flavor of mate my green dragon would take, but I suppose, the chosen / former chosen of a greater deity of nature might be suitable enough.
For half dragon.
Can't have full dragons. That's unacceptable. Not allowed to have full dragons. What Voligniv is doing, like over there, is unseemly.
Yeah, no, he has like a brood and everything.
Because then they can be more powerful than you if your Curse of Lethargy hits. No, can't have that happen. I spent a lot of time thinking about this. It's only half dragons. Or quarter dragons or whatever flavor. Can't be full dragons.
But you would have to look after them for a bit.
No, I wouldn't.
Oh.
No, I wouldn't.
Not the green dragon way.
Dump them in the swamp. I'm sure
Also
they'll be
not the
very
green dragon
thankful to
way.
The strong will live.
you. Yes, and they'll definitely want to serve their mom.
That's right. I will provide you your own horde if you find your way back to me.
Spartans, you gotta fight a wolf. So. Again, for a half dragon, it seems almost poor wolf, right?
Yeah, poor wolf.
Getting breath weapons and stuff. I remember the 3.5 template. It's like plus 3 levels or something. Cheap. Character adjustment, level adjustment. Template of half dragon.
This campaign had gone more time, I would have pursued that angle, but we ended up here. With me trying to export or trying to import Aberration.
Yeah.
I like that he was like, well, at least it would make sure that a lot of these beings cease to exist. And in my mind, I was like, yes, or we lead them to a power, like a giant power battery.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, a couple of illithids, or the being that banished, that made the epileptic sovereignty fear them and run away,
Yes, but if they're killed here, won't they return their memory to...
Because they're not going to be allowed to, deliver their memory back when they're killed.
Oh, right. Okay, yes, they have to be alive.
Put their brains in the big brain juice jar.
And when we haul in the aberrations, they're going to look at the room and see all these dried, soulless husks from all the other aberrations that came into the room.
Yeah. 6-year-old seafood buffet.
Yeah, with the 3 behemoths chained to the wall trying to disintegrate the statue.
Well, Gessler's not going. He's busy.
No. Well,
I love him too much.
He and I have a good rapport. I could lure him with the promises of, and just create an entire buffet table, ring a horseshoe ring around the statue. I don't know if you could
at this point. He's got a pretty sweet setup without doing pretty much anything.
His table has disappeared.
Listen, I have hundreds of thousands of gold pieces.
I have taken your table into the portal.
No, even though he can't actually damage you, he's not. We have established that if he gets mad, he'll keep punching forever.
But he would never be mad at me.
If he took his table, he would.
No, I'd promise. I'd offer him a better table.
Illithids too.
Let's do it. Go there. Kill them all.
I just leave crumbs of table, leading from Westgate to the Serpent Valley.
If they had one, it'd be it just manifests a bunch of brains of smart people.
Ugh, that would be the elephant table.
Yeah, it's on there. They're like, oh, delicious.
That's how I lure them, a big old cartoon sign, fresh brains here.
This year's it's a sci-fi convention. All these nerds. I hear a lot of math.
Wizard Scholarship Meetup. No, Wizard Jubilee.
Red and Seer Arkmite.
Yeah, next month is Zombie Month. Okay, this month isn't Zombie Month. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, we'll make there. We'll get there.
Well, I'm glad you both enjoyed my stupid process of derailing this ritual. Glad I could bring joy in that fashion.
I'm enjoying it a lot. It's nice with different approaches,
That's right. And we've bought you one more week, Ari. Next week, we get to know your new organization's name and the official name you want to be known as.
Well, we'll see about that.
The United Nations of currently just Sembia.
We do not support the exportation or importation of aberration.
I feel like it's an important time to make a strong statement. Don't
give a shit about aberrations. They can all go die.
Wow, I can't believe you'd say that about Duke Getra like that.
Yeah.
Gaspar's not just
Beholders are.
He's so much more,
Oh. That's true. I'm looking forward to the half dragon, half beholder children.
you know, I mean,
I'm disconnecting now.
Yeah, are you looking forward to that?
I can't. No, I can't. Oh, no.
you
did
gotta
this
go
to
alone
yourself.
and fantasize about that. That's all right, man. I know.
Oh, goodbye.
I mean, all right. Well, yeah, I think that's as good a time as any.
Yeah, how are we gonna, top this?
Next time we will see how this all goes. How we can capture some mind flayers and stick them in the middle of a complicated arcane / divine necromantic ritual site, and we'll see. We'll see how that turns out. Beyond that, maybe Resigas will come back from Gear Hell. So yeah, be with us then. Bye.
Good night.